You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my, you are my, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my, you are my, you are my, every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't come in, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like it's stolen. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't come in, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like it's stolen. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Girl, you done got me. Girl, we be sorry rolling. Like, whoa. You took all my love like you stole it. Got me like, whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Great coming, coming saw me rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my, you are my, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my, you are my, you are my, every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another IGL SkyBell Series. Here, this is the eighth one we are having, so excited to be here. A little bit of a smaller tournament today, but that doesn't mean that we don't have some great Valorant to show you. My name is Soren. Joining me today is Papaya, and we're going to be starting off on Haven. We have some familiar names on our regular rosters here. We have Tone Gaming versus AT Grade, both of which we've seen time and time again. So we're expecting some really great Valorant. But before we get into that really great Valorant, we have one quick announcement. At the end of this month, the 29th, if I am correct, we have yet another Weekend Warriors series coming up, another 1K tournament. A lot of money on the line. Come check it out. Come play in it and put your name in the hat to be the winner of that 1K. But it looks like we are just about ready to get started, and we're going to be jumping right into Agent Select. Papaya, how are you feeling today, man?
I don't know. It could be either side here. I don't know the teams very well so far, but let's go right into Agent Select and see what we're going to be seeing now. Do you see a Cypher hover? Oh, and a Cypher pick as well.
Oh,
Interesting.
yeah. A lot of quick picks coming through. We are seeing the neon. I was going to say hovered, but blue isn't going to pick them up over on the side of AT greed. Excuse me. Very good pickup here on Haven. Neon, probably the best agent, the best duelist for this map, able to just rotate so quickly, especially very prolific when there's the 3 sites to choose from, and can cause trouble all over the map. But we're also seeing the breach pick from Zesty, and I think if you've watched any Haven recently, breach is a pretty consistent pickup. Man, the utility is just too good.
You know, to be 100% honest with you, I was really hoping for that arena pick because the Lear buff is just insane. Same with the sky, basically every flash agent, but KO is the only one we're really going to be seeing in this match. Something I might note is Chamber is at such a disadvantage now. Like we're seeing so much more and more less of a pick rate for Chamber. One team not even having a Chamber. You know, it was so constant in every single map that Chamber would be picked for the longest time, but it's slowly just fading out of the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that's a change in the way that the game styles of, Valorant are slowly, pivoting. I mean, I'm looking over at the side of Tone Gaming, and normally when we don't see that chamber pickup, we usually see a jet get picked up in response. Usually have one agent that's, the opper of the team. But looking at it, there is no clear opper on the defensive side right here. So they're going to be going guns blazing, very quick play, especially with that breach, the fade, and the raise utility. They'll be able to just retake and take sites so quickly, and they're not even going to be relying on the operator. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these play out.
Absolutely. I'm also waiting for that Cypher. You know, Cypher is detrimental when it comes to picks on flank. And I just love to see the plays that go out with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to set up your camera over towards C or A and be able to, completely rotate, support your team, and then maybe if you're able to hold back that push and just have a site, have all the information on it is still insanely good. Not the best agent in the meta right now, but here on Haven, really, really good, seeing as that information can completely cover your butt on one whole site, which is just so valuable.
Saw a little group huddle over by the side of AT. They're getting ready. They're getting pumped. And they're ready to start off this game here. Tien looking to get an immediate pick off. We do see Omen gonna get slightly pushed back here. AT Blue taking so much space with that Neon util. They're able to get a plant down almost immediately into the start of the round. 122. And the spike is planted. And now no losses yet, except for Dino and Dicey able to find 2 on to these defenders. Now, Zess snapping back with a kill onto Dino. Getting that trade-off. We do see that Cypher able to find 1. He's going to get some damage off with the Ghost as well. It's going up on top. He's seeing blue for a sec. They're getting the trade soars. Getting one onto Swayze, and now it's all up to Zess in the 1v3. The spike is planted. Time is running short, and Zess is looking a little bit stressed out. 53 HP. Soars takes advantage of that and finds the headshot to secure the first round for the attacking side.
I mean, really well played for them. You can already see what their game plan is. They're going to take advantage of that neon every single round, I'm going to assume, seeing as they almost immediately made a 4-man push on the C. They were able to get spiked down within like the first 20 seconds of the round. They were able to take the entirety of the C. You already saw the fast lane come up immediately, check that back corner. There. Very clinical retake. The issue for, Tone here is that without that operator, they're gonna really struggle to hold those sites. So they're gonna have to, they're gonna have to play very aggressively on the retake.
Lots of picks towards mid. SBR gonna be able to get a kill, and Soars with the kill as well. They're already down to 3, but Spence with the first kill for the defending side. We do see Zess snapping back with one of his own as well. Moving straight into it, Blue. The Spectre just proves really has a gun deficit there. Now it's all up to Blue in the 1v2. He's got 150 HP to his name, and he also does have some util. Slowly pushing that. He's able to find the raise, but he cannot get Zess with the 3K. Securing the first round for the other side, the defending side. It's 1-1.
Chaos in the mid, but I mean, I love talking about this every time it comes up. We're going to see the first 2 rounds get split down the middle, which means that normally you would see the pistol get picked up, you see the anti-eco get picked up, and then they lose the bonus. And that's the pretty standard procedure for the first 3 rounds. Once that pistol goes through, it's pretty much determined. However, when weird circumstances like this happen, it gets split. Usually what happens is it gets split down the middle. They are able to pick up the second, the third, but then they lose the fourth, making it a 2-2 split overall. It means that by the end of the 4th round, in theory, we should have an even game yet again. So anything's up in the air right now.
Dicey going for a little bit of a lurk spot here. Not going to be able to be finding anything quite yet, as these defenders aren't really going that aggressive towards the attackers. The defenders are playing like defenders. You know, they're playing this well right now, and I really love to see it go out. Zest, though, oh, he's letting a few players underneath his guard. Blue able to sneak past in the nick of time. Somehow perfectly. That's just Valorant timing for you. But maybe he's going to be able to spot one now. Still no? Oh, he's just playing with us here. Is going to be spotted by Blue, though. Now he knows where a few of them are, and his teammates gonna leap onto that opportunity, trying to get some picks off. They are gonna get a little bit of damage off. Still holding that door. They're nowhere as near as aggressive as they were in that first round. They know they have to play safe here, but Spence with the first kill on the Blue. SBR does have that flash. They're going to be able to spot one, and they're going to be throwing out some util. Finally able to get the plant down with 17 seconds left. What a change from that first round. Dino peeking it. He knows he can't get it off. Spence finding a wallbang headshot. Soars with a kill. Trade onto Spence. And lost. Able to find one onto Soars. Zest gonna get a kill onto Ticey and make that a 2K. With 4 players remaining on the defense, they're gonna get that defuse off easily. Nowhere near to in the nick of time.
Yeah, very, very costly for AT. They are going to go now 2-1 down, but this is exactly what I said was going to happen. This was going to be Tone's round to lose. EA only had 1 non-rifle in hand, but now we're going to be going up against a full buy. Everyone has rifles, everyone has full shields. It is an even round count now. And just looking at it, the thing that might be able to flip it is Tone might be able to seize this. I know I said that usually does split 2-2, but Zest has been able to put up such good numbers that they do have the Rolling Thunder. They're now able to play that very aggressive playstyle that we saw at that first round, and with that Rolling Thunder, they might be able to hold off the retake once it finally comes through.
Gonna be throwing out a KO KO util, KO knife. And it's not going to be landing anywhere, but Graham able to find one onto Dino. An immediate pick. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds before they have to get that spike down. We're seeing a little bit more aggressive of a push for these defenders this round. They're playing pretty close, but they do hear that reload. Soars just slowly pushing into it. He's going to be droning out. And Graham just holding it. Real aggressive. Able to take out the drone, but now they know where he is, and they're going to be getting that flash off. It's gonna dodge it though. Just a lot of mid tension right now. They are able to spot him with the KO util yet again. Lots of util, not a lot of kills though. Only 1. With 42 seconds left, they're gonna have to push towards A soon. Seeing this Neon pushing towards Cypher over here. Swayze taking a ton of damage, and Dicey to finish it off with a Phantom. Now starting to go for the plant with 30 seconds left. There it is. Popping that ultimate breach. Moving in swiftly. Actually slowly here. Lost with such a beautiful flank alongside their teammate. Gonna be popping that showstopper now, moving in. Blue able to find one on his S. Lost. He gets that one with a showstopper, but that's always gonna get a source traded out as well by Spence. Popping the defuse. SBR able to find one. He's able to find 2. You already know he can pull through. With 76 HP to his name, that is a clutch for SBR.
Man, insane round. It looked very, very costly. And Tone actually put so much into that round not to pull it through. That was the Rolling Thunder that I mentioned earlier. Also, because of some opening kills, Lost ended up getting that showstopper, and they invested that as well too. They had the advantage. They had both of their ultimates used up, and still SBR, when they need to most, comes alive and pulls through with that clutch. Massive for them. That's going to hurt their economy a lot. They're only going to have 2 rifles in hand besides a Guardian, and the other 2 just have classics. So they're going to be in a position to take this 3-2, and they can capitalize on that.
Neon popping the ultimate, not going to be able to find anything with it. And Graham getting one SBR, finding one as well. Going to be traded out in Soars. The wall dang. Soars is going to also been traded out by Swayze. Lost with 21 HP. They're stuck in the smoke. The pot shot's not landing for Omen, and they're able to escape back into Cubby now.
One enemy remaining.
But Spence finding one onto the opposing Omen. It's all up to Dino now, and he's already taking damage from those wall bangs. He's down to 43 HP in the 1v3, and it's not looking too great as one is flank as well. Spence right behind that smoke, but Dino kind of knows this here. His teammates were getting shot at before in spawn, and if he plays this right, could be going great. Just not looking too great right now. A spike is still dropped in the defender spawn, and only 34 seconds left. He is going to be pushing Spence now. He's able to find the crosshair, put it on his head, but he can't get the bullet off. Spence landing the phantom kill.
Very, very good round. That's exactly what we'd expect. They had the rifle advantage there. But something I want to talk about from Tone Gaming that they're doing so well, they are limiting the space that AT Greed have to operate in. Every single round, they're either pushing up mid or they're pushing up A or C long. Once they realize that, you know, AT have given up ridge in the maps, they seize that and they hold it as long as they physically can. And that makes it so that even if they want to rotate, they don't have that free rotation over to another site. They have to push through enemy area, and that can be very costly. So even if they lose and have to refocus, they don't have the same odds as when they went through. So they're punishing any sense of, you know, questioning they have.
Ooh, an immediate A push. And Cypher just lurking in heaven like he has done before. Omen using that TP as well. Tion Lost. He's pushing into that. Starting to get the plant down. Still no picks quite yet. Spike planted. And a little bit of damage off on both sides, but Dicey with a little bit of a rat angle. What a kill. He's able to be traded out though by Graham. Spence finding a kill on the blue and Source with one onto and Graham as well. That trade. Moving out with the drone. Source not gonna get that much info. They know one is heaven, but I don't believe they spotted the one underneath.
Last player standing.
I'm throwing out a smoke, and it's all up it's all up to Source. He's not able to get it off. His teammate Dino picked off right before, and the defuse with plenty of time to spare.
Absolutely. Like I said, they're just punishing any moment of indecision. And we're seeing it there that they're trying to adapt. They're trying to deal with that issue, but even when they deal with it, they still lose 1 to 2 people in the process. And once they come out of it, they're still on a disadvantage. AT doing a very good job of getting into sight, but man, just the map play of Tone Gaming, understanding how their opponents are playing around it, how they're rotating, and how to capitalize on the minute mistakes that they're making is really making this. It's not a stomp yet, it is for the 2, but they're definitely making it difficult for them.
Oh, Blue,
no.
Blue, you can't escape the double util. What a beautiful play from that breach right there. That is such a detrimental pick onto Blue. It really just hurts to see. I would definitely be smashing my keyboard if I was in game right now. But SBR trying to hold this angle. Trying to get a little bit of an off angle right now. The one they've gone for a few times, but the rat angle didn't always work. Picked off by Lost.
The loss of the Neon as well is going to make this very difficult for them as they're trying to reassess what they're going to do here, because Neon has been their main initiator. Even though they technically do have this over, they relying on the Neon to take site quickly. So losing that and now Soars with only 1 health is going to make any take very difficult for them.
As much as I love the comeback story, it's not looking too great for these attackers right now. Zess still holding mid,
30 seconds
lost
left.
holding garage as well. Source just nearly taking out that boom bot. Any ounce of damage could take out this man right now. 1 health to his name. That's all he's got. They are going to be starting to slowly push it with that util, but 13 seconds left. It's not looking too great. They're moving in
10
confident.
seconds
But no picks on the defending side yet. And right behind, Lost able to find the 2K. Make that a 3K, as well as Zess with the pick on the Dicey. Yet another flawless round for the defending side.
I mean, unfortunately, that was an eco round for them, so they really had no point of saving there, so they had to make a push through. A little bit dangerous, especially as you know that Lost has been liking to play on that flank. For them just to leave their backs open like that to allow them to get 2K'd in the very end. So very unfortunate, but like you said, this is, I think, the 3rd flawless in a row. The money is stacking up. Swayze right now has 7K in the bank after, I say after buying out. They barely had to buy anything. They didn't even lose shields. So, I mean, they're now in a position commanding this map. And AC Greed are going to have to do something pretty aggressive to try to flip that back over, because right now it's looking very one-sided.
Well, they're doing something pretty aggressive now as they're able to find the site. Dino with the pick from that 2 to 4. So they did have the null command as well. It's not really going to do much. They popped it very early game. Dino with a 2nd pick. A headshot landed onto Graham, and it's looking like a defending loss this round possibly, but maybe I spoke too soon as Swayze able to find 1. He's going to be traded out by Blue. Blue able to find a 2K. Now it's all down to Zest. Yet again, with 150 HP. Time is running short. Ooh, he's spotted, but he's able to find the headshot. There's another pick on the attacking side, but Dino to finish it off with the 2 to 4 pick.
Yeah, very good. That does stop the bleeding a little bit. It does help them out, don't get me wrong, but like I said, the economy has been building up for a while. They're in a position to buy out here. They should be able to buy out in the next round, even if they get flawless again. And Tone are still in this commanding position as well. That was still very costly. That involved using a tour de force to get a 3K in that round. And I'm worried that without that tour de force, without that one-shot kill, picking out the 2 on the flank, it might not be as effective. It might be a little bit too costly for them. But it looks like they're going to favor C here, and it's going to be a very aggressive push in.
Possibly seeing a little bit of a lineup from that Sova. Lots of util going out. Yet again, when it comes to these C pushes, it's really just whatever team has more util. Or ultimates, as we do see 1 gonna be popped by Breach, 1 popped by Lost as well with a returning shot. He's gonna be able to find a 2K. Just punishing those attackers, saying, no, you're not taking this site. We got more util. And we're just forcing you to rotate over towards A, but A being completely free. Cypher does have a little bit of util on the site. That's all he's got. Not gonna be able to spot the camera. Dropping the spike down. They are gonna be spotted by Cypher now. The Cypher pick really showing to be helpful for this defending side.
Very costly site takeover on C. It's going to cost them 3 ultimates, so this retake is going to be a little bit more sketchy, but they do have the man advantage.
Lost pushing straight in that. He's looking for the 3K. It's going to get shut down, though. Swayze going to whiff some shots. Dicey able to find 1.
Player standing.
That's all he's going to get. It's all up to Dino. He's able to find it with the 3K. The 2 kills at the end in the 1v2. And that's another round for the attackers, and they just lost a lot of ultimates.
Yeah, like I said, that was 3 ultimates invested from the defenders. And I think there was actually 2 ultimates invested from the attackers as well. So overall, incredibly costly. Someone I want to point out, 3 rounds ago, Dino was actually at the bottom of their scoreboard with only 1 kill. on the chamber. But in the last 2 rounds, they have picked up 2 3Ks. They're now 7-7, so they've broken back even. They have 4K in the bank with the Vandal in hand. They are slowly bringing their team back into this game, even if they had to do it while they're kicking and screaming. But that is going to be the Hunter's Fury invested as well to keep them off-site.
Yet again, it's another just kind of util battle to start it off, and this time it's actually going to be successful, but slowly going for that flank. Sova, he's definitely expecting that, but the player advantage lost, finding to pick on the swords. They are going to get blinded though. Right now, some util. We got the Raze and Fade duo, which actually works out great right now. They do throw out that Prowler, and they're not going to be able to find Chamber. Lost, over peeking at Dino, taking advantage of that. Dicey is going to find one onto a Graham.
One enemy remaining.
Lots of picks going out. It's down to the 1v1. Swayze versus Dino, and he's going to be throwing out that shield. But the spike obviously pinged there. Dino able to get a pot shot off and finding the 5th round, tying it for the defenders and the attackers. Sorry.
Again, costly. Only one left standing. Yet again, Dino is the last one standing. 3 rounds in a row. But I think it's safe to say that the bleeding's done. It's no longer just cutting off the bleeding. The wound has been cauterized, you could say, as now they're going to be in the rifle advantage. It's going to be an eco round coming out from Tone. The only person with the Hero Vandal is going to be Swayze on the Cypher, someone who's already had a pretty good economy we've talked about before. So not too all that unexpected, but now we're seeing this aggressive mid push that we have been missing ever since they took the advantage. Maybe that might be able to flip it back into their favor. They're going to be cutting off a lot of space from the attackers, and I don't even know it yet. So this could be very effective, but you know, with that rifle disadvantage, 1 or 2 kills not going their way could be the end of it.
Ooh, so much tension on so many levels and Lost. Not going to be holding that. Dino able to find another 2K. But Zess, the returning fire. Swayze with one as well, and they're starting to get the spike down. Zess gonna try and get some util off. Oh my god, what a shot from Zest! Such a beautiful pick with the Sheriff there, and he's able to secure a rifle as well. The spike is down, but plenty of time left in the round. It's a 3-2 in the advantage of the defenders right now.
Unfortunately, though, they're going for a little bit of a slow peek. They're actually going towards the defending side.
Oh, picked off. He tried to go for the flank, but he got absolutely punished for that. Source, double peek from the defenders, and that is such a beautifully played round there. You love to see it.
I was really worried there for a second that, you know, Tone were going to spend so much time looking for those attackers who had already moved into the defender spawn that they were not going to get enough time to get the kills they need and the defuse. But luckily, Swayze up in heaven is able to get that opening kill, puts him in a 3v1. Great turnaround. And man, it was looking scary. They did not get the kills they wanted to start off that round, but again, just some heroic plays from Zesty is able to bring it back to a 3v3. They were all able to pick up the rifles they needed to secure the round, and now it's going to be a full buy round. They have a pretty good economy, so they'll be able to buy out next round, even if they, you know, do unfortunately lose some lives. But now, AT, they were able to stop the bleeding. They brought it back 5-5, but now if they lose this, they're back to bleeding again. And I mean, this is the last round and a half, but it's still not great for them. They do have the Spectre in hand, so they're not even, you know, fully leveled out. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I think looking at the first like 5-6 rounds of this half, I think they'd be very happy to pull out with a 6-6.
Right now, they're just going for their signature play that's worked so many times in the past. They're pushing A. But we do see that Breach ultimate gonna start off the push for the defenders. Blue saying no. You got an ultimate, but you don't got a kill. Finding one of his own. Spence gonna get taken out. Sour is able to find 1-on-2 in Graham, and now just Blue left on site. He's blinded. He just has to back it off now. Dicey trying to play time here. Interesting strategy. Spike is not down yet. I just realized that. They just have to hold it now. It looks like a win for these defenders, but hey, only time will tell. Speaking of time, it's running short. 15 seconds left in the round. They're going to have to push it now. Dicey. Oh my God. Such a beautiful
10
headshot.
seconds left. Last player.
But Lost trading it out. Dino
enemy
going to get
remaining.
one with a Spectre. Swapping it out with a Phantom. There's 3 seconds left. He just has to clutch it now. And time is lost. And the one tap from Zest. That's finishing off this half.
Switching sides.
Very, very good stuff coming out from Tone. Very well played. I want to talk about Spence there for a second, because Spence able to get the trade kill the moment they entered sight on their Rays, who pushed through and immediately lost their life as they entered in sight. But they were able to get the first kill. They were able to do damage on the second person they saw, but then they opened up proceedings into the second half of that retake by immediately teleporting into the attacker's smoke that they set up on a short. They teleported into that smoke. They were able to go. They were able to get the extra kill in sight, and that just cut off everyone that was on site from everyone who was trying to play post. Spent very good use of the Omen utility there and set up their team for the win. But now we're going over to the second half of the game, and we're going into the pistol round. Everything is as you would expect. We're seeing a lot of ghosts, seeing a lot of classics. No frenzies, though.
Blue gonna find some damage. You know, something about the last round, that was the first round that anybody lost to time. There was no spike detonation. There's never been a non-plant. Spike has always been planted and diffused, or it's just not been planted. Blue's still looking for some damage. Gonna whiff some shots, though.
And it looks like they're playing a much more default setup. However, they've given up mid, which is something we actually saw AT do a lot. Now Soars is much more pushed up than they would probably expect. So they've lost a lot more space than they think they have. And now Spence is actually completely isolated alone. And Soars might be able to get the timing as well. This is going to be the 4-man push into A. There's only 2 defenders to sit there and take it. So they're going to need to get a few opening picks to try to hold this off.
Yet again, it's a battle. The util, but SBR able to find one to his unfortunate death by Zest. A little bit of unfortunate timing towards,
Spike planted.
sorry, Garage there. Blue backing it off. They are able to get the spike down. Dino gonna find one. He's gonna get traded out by Swayze, though. Dicey getting to trade onto Swayze. Spence getting to trade onto Dicey and Blue for the final 2 kills to finish it off.
Don't know how I feel about the 3-man push into Garage. A little bit unfortunate. I don't know. Something about like hurting yourself like cattle into a very tight area, you know, doesn't seem like a great idea. But, you know, I'm not the professional here. But that is going to be the round going into the wave AT. I would normally say this is normally where you see the anti-eco round go into their favor and they bring it back 7-7. But looking back at the first half, we saw the 2-2 split after the first 2 rounds got split amongst the teams. So I'm not going to say anything because who knows what's going to happen. Everything is out the window. But this is going to be some Spectres, Ares, a Bulldog. So 1 rifle into the hands of Dino, who's come alive here since their rough first rounds. But it's going to be a very aggressive push in the seed through Garage.
A lot of them getting spotted there. Dino is going to back it off. They're trying to play the long game, but they still have that mentality of we are attackers. And so they're playing a bit aggressive here. They are able to get the flash off, and Graham going to get taken out. SBR is going to get traded, though. Blue throwing out some concussives. They're able to get it off. They're still going to get seriously damaged. Down to 10 health, and Swayze finishing it off. Dicey with a pick as well, and Sours the pick onto Swazi. It's a 1v3. He's going to try and go for the pot shots. But what can you do in an eco round?
Firing squad down C long, but that is going to be the second round. We're actually going to see a normal round come out, or a normal, you know, early few rounds for these teams as
Against all odds.
AT. Yeah, against all odds. As AT do bring it back 7-7. However, this is not going to be the full buy round for Tone. This is actually probably the best situation for Tone to be in. I think actually losing or winning that second round would have been a little bit more iffy. I think at this point it's better just, you know, give up those first 2 rounds, securely win this one, because if they can win this one convincingly, keep as many rifles as they can, limit the damage they can do to themselves, they would be in a very good position to not only secure this round, but bring it back to be as level as possible for round number 5, so they could go 2 up in the round count. But that being said, you have to get through this round first, and now we're seeing a much more default setup, preferring a lot more defensive play, which is a little bit surprising to me, because they do have that fade utility, they have that breach utility, and the raised mobility, so they have all the tools they need to push aggressively. Oh, Red.
Dicey with yet again unfortunate timing, lost, able to find a 2K, stolen out of the hands of the defenders here. They are going to get a little bit of util off. Nade gonna be able to land. It's gonna be able to find a kill as SPR is blinded yet again, falling to the util. I'm sorry, SPR, but your name is just getting pooped on right now. Able to find the spike plant. It's already down to 2v5, and they're expecting that mid push, but sorry, heaven push. But Dino, nevertheless, able to find the kill with the Bulldog against all odds.
Yeah, retake's gonna be a little bit rough here.
The flank from behind. Spence J, the 2 kills onto the defending side. A near flawless, just barely stolen from them.
I mean, yeah, the retake's gonna be a little bit difficult when there's no one alive, so that is going to be the round going the tone, exactly what you would expect, and actually it played out pretty close to what I said they would be hoping for. That is only going to be one, like you said, a near flawless, which allows them to have enough money in the bank to buy out Lost. Plus, Lost got a few kills there, which does not hurt their wallet at all. So they're going to be back onto a full buy, and now we're going to see the first full buy round of this half. And Tone, I mean, have been playing a little bit sporadically on this attacking side. They've been, playing aggressively, but it looks like they're trying to play for picks. And now that they're on the defensive side, with that chamber, the Neon's not getting as much value, and they're just allowing to sit back and allow that chamber to hold a site. So they're not going to be waiting for anyone because no one's pushing up. So they're going to try to make some space over towards B, maybe towards Garage.
It's looking like they're getting that space right now. Not that much opposition coming in from the defending side yet.
Tone's going to want to get a pick early here as best they can. There it is.
Lost. Able to find SBR yet again. The first kill of the round. Gonna try and get a second. Not gonna be able to get it off. Blue with the returning fire. Lots of util going out yet again. Krem taking advantage of there. Soars able to find a kill. Swayze with the returning shot onto the other side though. It's 3-3 right now.
They have
Swayze is
planted.
close by to the teammate as well. They're just trying to play it safe here. Sour's going to be popping the spike. They put up a lot of util. They weren't holding that spike, and right behind, Spence still going to be going for it. They're able to find 2, but now it's down to the 1v1. Dino does get a little bit of wallbang damage off, but he knows time is short. And yet again, a round in the advantage of the attackers.
Very, very scrappy from Tone here. They're, like I said, I was expecting them to play this very aggressive play style. They have all the tools in their back pocket to play very aggressively, take sites very, very quickly, and take advantage of, some of those very quick use utility. But it seems much more like they're trying to play for these defaults. They're waiting to get a pick, and then they're exploding onto the site rather than just trying to brute force their way on, in a 5v5 situation. So it's going to be a little bit of a waiting game to see if that actually is worth it. I think last round was a little bit scrappy, maybe a little bit lucky to win. But at the end of the day, a round's a round, a win's a win. That is going to be a full buy for them yet again. And now they're AT is going to be on the anti, or the eco round, not the anti-eco round. So only going up against, pistols. This should be in a pretty good spot to take this to double digits. But it's just a matter of what, adjustments AT makes after this round. Because if AT makes like maybe 1 or 2 small switch ups, this could very quickly go back into their favor.
You know, you did mention that they have a lot of like aggressive agents that they could be playing with right now, but something I do want to say is, dude, when you have Cypher on that attacking side, he is virtually pointless in post plant. Blue able to find one onto Zest as well as an immediate pick onto Dino. SBR gonna get traded out, Lost finding the 3K, looking for the ace now. And now finally,
30
after
seconds
long
left.
last, starting to get that spike down. And now you really start to see that Cypher post plan.
The retake's going to be very, very strange for them. They're going to have to make their way around some of this utility as well. Lost, with all those kills they've been picking up, does have the showstopper to shut down any retakes, but it's a matter of if they're willing to invest.
One enemy remaining.
Doesn't matter.
Ace stolen from him. Soars also going to be found. Able to find some damage. Just a 3-man push to shut him down.
Yeah, I mean, very, very good from Tone. That was a very clean round. Exactly what you expect when you have the rifle advantage to that degree. But again, I mean, a couple quick change-ups from AT. I think at this point, just trying to absorb a little bit more pressure. They're still trying to peak very aggressive angles. I think if they can, you know, set up a few crossfires and wait for, you know, Tone to push up really aggressively, that's the best situation they could really be in. But at this point in time, I think it might even be a little bit too late for them to make that adjustment, because now they have 4 ultimates. They have the Neural Theft, they have the Into the Shadows as well. They have the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper, so they don't need to rely on picks anymore. But Lost is going to find one regardless, just for fun. You know, it's Lost.
Oh, yeah. Blue with the unfortunate timing. Lost.
Oh,
Looking to go for the second. Oh, man, if I was Dino, yet again, I'd be really mad. Lost slowly going for that aggressive push. Swayze able to find one, despite being Cypher, and SBR with the returning fire onto Zest. Have a pretty good hold on defense right now, but they only have 2 players versus the 4 on the attacking side. And yet again, it's looking like a round for attackers. But hey, maybe SBR can pull something out of his ass and hit a clutch here.
I mean, if they're able to get maybe one more kill, bring it back. Okay, I was going to say bring it back to a 3v2. They can use that, you know, no command to try to capitalize on the no utility, but they're just going to use it anyway. And that's, oh my God, Lost.
Lost does not care. He's just going straight into it. Able to pick off the last 2 for the defense, finding the 4K, the 11th round for the attackers.
Yeah, a little bit. I think I would have much preferred that if that was a 3v2, like I was saying. If they could get one more, you know, bring it back to a 3v2. They have all their ultimates on the attacking side, so pop that null command, make it so none of their utility, including those ultimates, are a possibility, and that could easily be flipped back into their favor. But instead, I think they push it a little bit too aggressively. They take that 4v2 odds with the null command, and unfortunately, the man differential is just too much to overcome for them. And now they're facing match point.
SPR taking so much damage. He's looking straight down and he's taken by the nade. Spence kind of holding the rat angle of his own, though. You know, you did see that immediate damage onto the Fade. I really loved to see that. The kind of Deagle lineup. Lost just waiting for that. Just going to throw out some util, though. It's going to damage on the towers. Was such unnecessary damage there. What can you do in that situation? You're shooting the bullets, and they know where you are. And Graham finding the wall bang onto Sova. And now Blue trying to hold mid. They're not going to get it off as the flank coming in from behind. And Graham finding yet another Dicey, pushing straight into Spence. It's looking like a flawless round. They haven't even used any ultimates yet. But Dino with the tour de force. It's all up to him. He doesn't even have a rifle in hand. He is going to be able to spot open, but he whiffs the shot nevertheless. He doesn't even know where he is. He's lost. What are we seeing? Dino. He's waiting for that. He's going to get a wall bang. That's all he's going to get. Seriously overpowering. The flawless for TN. And they still have all those ultimates to their name. It's crazy.
You know, normally there's a side of me that goes, a comeback can happen here. A comeback can very easily happen here. You know, that's 7-12. We've seen crazier things in Valorant, but looking at the state of the game, it's going to be a full buy from TN because I think that was a flawless round for them, if I remember correctly. All of them have over 5,000 in the bank. Lost has 8.5, so is almost at max credits even after, you know, buying out, quote unquote. And they have full ultimates, like you said. They are in such a good position. Even if they lose this round, they're going to be in a good spot for the next 5. There we go. Showstopper's going to be invested. Time to go.
Wow, what a great pick on to blue to start off this round. SBR holding a signature angle. Lost says, no, you're not going to trick me twice. He didn't even trick him once anyways. Dicey moving towards C long. Is going to take some space there, but he pulls out the smokes at the opportune worst moment. Spence finding the kill for that. Now Sours just watching him. He's possibly going to go for a little bit of lineup. Can the shock dart land? Only time will tell. It's going to get just the slightest amount of damage, but it's already a 1v5. It's all up to Dino again. And, you know, Dino in the past round folding in that 1v5 situation. So we'll see what happens. But I'm not too confident. Not confident in the slightest. Dino is going to take that. The knife to finish off the game and the round. You love to see it.
Very, very unfortunate for AT Creed, excuse me. Tone Gaming just coming alive there. They lost their footing a little bit. I will say AT had a very good showing in the second half of the first half. By losing
I'm sorry.
that knife. It's all good. It was a great kill. But yeah, AT had a really, really good comeback. They got it back to a 5v5. Unfortunately, they had to deal with a 7-5 half after that little bit comeback. But they started out so good on the second half. They were able to pick up the first 2 rounds. They brought it back to 7-7, and anything could have happened. Tone were playing a little bit sporadically, like I said, not what you would normally expect with this composition, but it didn't matter. They just played their fundamentals. They were able to get those opening picks. They didn't play too aggressively, and even when they did, they allowed Loss to push up, and they were able to get any trading kills. You know, that Loss was, you know, lost, I guess you could say. So very unfortunate for AT. Very, very well played for Tone. And not exactly a stomp, but in the second half of that game, Tone really showed their class. I'm really excited to see what we got in the next rounds, because that was our opening game. There's so much to play for. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right back after a short break. And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. If you're just now joining us, this is the IGL SkyBell Series number 8. And we're going into the second round here, our last round for the two of us. If you're just now joining us, my name is Soren. Joining me today is Papaya. And we have a familiar team. We already saw them once before, but we are following Tone Gaming. They had a very, very good start to this tournament, kind of sweeping aside AT Grid, which is another well-known team that we've already seen before in the past. So quite a bit of a statement, but they're going to be going up against Drift, another really solid team, and we're going to be going on Ascent. Who would be surprised it's a set in Haven to start us off? But before we get into Ascent, just a couple of quick announcements. First of all, I talked about it before, but we have the Weekend Warriors series, same as last month and the month previous. That's $1,000 on the line. It's going to be on the 29th of this month, so come check it out. Come play and put your name in the hat to win $1,000. It will be a good time as well. You can find even more great announcements about everything that we do here on IGL over on our socials. We have a Twitter, we have a Discord as well. We have a website that you can check out all the cool things that we have planned. One of those things, if you are on the Discord, is a new channel that we just made where you can submit clips from the broadcast to be submitted, one person per clip, and you and whoever the clip is on gets the chance, if the clip is good enough that is deemed by our moderators, that they can win two $10
10.
gift cards, one for you and one for the person in the clip. So come check it out. It's really cool. There's some more information over on the Discord. So we are getting right into the gaming though. Ascent, and love to see it. I'm already seeing the Astra on the side of the Drift, which I love seeing, and I'm already seeing the KJ
Killjoy, yep.
on the side of Tone. So I'm loving it already. Loving it.
Double Astro pick, possibly.
Ooh, love to see double Astra. I mean, the utility is just so good on Ascent. For some reason, Ascent just seems to be, Astra's playground. Just being able to have so much presence all around it and able to stop rotations and as well just cut off all the space in mid with those smokes as well as the concussions and other, util that she has in her back pocket. Very, very good pick. Also, we're seeing the chamber get dropped on the side of Tone. Again, something that we've, this is the second time we've seen they're leaning away from the meta of chamber. We are going to see that Jet get picked up, like I said, as the operator. A little bit different from last time, but I mean, pretty standard comps all around. We're seeing the KJ comp really on the side of Tone, and we're seeing the much more traditional chamber composition over on the side of Drift.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this, based off of how Tone played in the last round. They were playing so sporadically in a way, just kind of on and off. But ultimately, they played really well. And I'm really excited to see how they play against Drift. I haven't casted Drift before, so anything could happen for me.
Yeah, no, a new team to me as well, but I do recognize them. They have been in a few of IGL's, I guess, productions, you can call them. So excited to actually get to cast them live, but Tone did have a really good performance. They did prefer to play a little bit laid back, play for those picks, and then explode onto the site after they get the man advantage in that area of the map. So expecting to see something a little bit similar, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult. They do have the KJ instead of the Cypher, who is a little bit more punishing in regards to, taking site, because she has to be within 30 meters of her utility for them to be activated. So she doesn't quite have that same roaming ability that Cypher does. So maybe a little bit different for Zesty, who's now picking up that Sentinel role. But still excited to see. But they're going to be on defense, and I mean, KJ on defense is deadly to say the least.
Ooh, lost. Yet again, slightly avoiding these situations to start it off with Util. Not going to get blinded either. They're throwing a little bit of KO. Util back at it. They're just backing it off right now. Trying to play the long game here.
Very interestingly, the defense is actually just allowing them to push through and play aggressive. They're actually retreating back into Garden right by window, which may be to the detriment of Tone. I mean, it looks like they're just going to allow them to take site, but Drift are waiting for this pick. there's no rotation really coming through right now. Either to assist these two.
They are going to be hearing a couple of push. Chupa trying to hold aggressive with the headhunter. Ultimately not going to be able to find a kill though. Still no picks yet.
Spike planted.
A little bit of damage off onto the jet though. That's the only thing they've gotten so far. Nephew taking some damage as well. They did go for the shields along with the classic. Sending out the boom bots. That's, I believe, 300 creds down the drain for them. And no picks from it. Zess able to find 2 kills. 1 on the Zodas. 3 kills. Make that for Zess. Zess now looking for the ace. Lost. Gonna steal it out of the hands of Zess. And Zess also gonna get traded out by Nephew for loss.
Use the spike.
When I said that KJ is deadly on the defensive side, I said that because usually, like, you know, her utility gives her a lot of information. You know, she can get, you know, a lot of advantageous peaks off of those, and she can maybe get some like early kills with the mollies. I did not expect Zest to just push through into tree, get 2, and then peek out and get a 3rd on the site. I mean, what more can you want from a Killjoy?
Yeah, that remarkable play caught me completely off guard in the middle of my casting. I was just expecting a normal push, maybe a trade, but no. Out of nowhere, we saw that 3K coming in from Zess. Just love to see it. You also love to see the pick coming in from Lost. Immediate pick onto Wheezy.
Lost was able to pick up 29 kills in that last map that we saw them play in, so not too surprised to see them at the top of the leaderboard. 0 deaths and 3 kills to start off in the first 2, so really excited to see what they do, and they're already getting so much value out of that Marshall, which, I mean, early game, if you could stack up some of those kills on the Marshall, not only did you save a lot of credits rather than going for the Spectre. Oh my.
Ooh, Nephew gonna dink and find a kill as well, but in Graham on the defense, able to find 1. Spence has damaged the enemy Astra so much. Soda's just no chance of surviving that. There it is. The Killjoy detriment right here. Zess still holding that. They're able to get some damage off. Swayze finishing it off onto Involver. And Chupa trying to hold that with the headhunter right next to him. Swayze not peeking it. It's all up to Chupa right now on the 1v3. Just gonna slightly spot Zest for a second there. They're throwing out some util. It's not gonna be able to grab him. They're unaware of his location right now. Does have a Spectre as well. He's gonna be pushing straight into Spence.
I mean, very well played. That actually could have been even more deadly if Zesty actually preferred going for the more traditional lineup down through alleyway rather than going towards switch itself. So, I mean, it could be worse for Drift. They could have just immediately lost Chupa and then, you know, lost Zodas the moment they tried to re-enter site after them. But at the end of the day, that's the way it is, and unfortunately, Chamber had to push up aggressively, try to take some space onto site to allow their teammate to get through, but unfortunately, that Molly was just too much to overcome. And now we're seeing a much different setup rather than the default that we have been playing against. We now have a 5-man push, which I don't know if they're aware of this over there, plus the barrel is hiding in the corner, so they might not expect them.
Sova just being a man of mystery. He's hidden. He's invisible to them. They haven't peeked him yet, so only time will tell if he's found. He's able to find 2. That's all he's gonna get though. Involver stealing a kill out of his hands, and Zest yet another pick on a Nephew. It's already down to Zodas. Trying to keep it alive in the 1v3. And Graham gonna be peeking them. They're just gonna try and hold this, but it's not looking too great. They're also gonna get concussed. Getting some damage off. They're able to secure the second. They don't realize there's a second player lurking behind their Spence with a final pick for the 3rd round for this defending side.
I mean, we already know that Tone are a really good team. We saw it. We've seen it with our own 2 eyes. We know that Tone's really good. But I don't think we expected this. That is, in true fashion, in the first 3 pistol rounds, we've seen the 3 ways that the first 3 rounds can go. Where first we saw it get split, 1 for 1 in the first two, and then we saw the traditional 2 for 1 in the second half, and now we're in the first half of this second game, and we see the 3-0, the bonus going to the way of Tone, and Tone are just seemingly online here. Even Zest on that KJ is getting so much value. 5, 1, and 1. That has them up on so many credits. They haven't had the buyout. They've been able to pick up the rifles as well. So not only are they doing well, on the kill scoreboard, but also they're now 6 out of 7 for the ults. The money is there. Tone are just controlling this game.
Oh man, jumping around. Nephew is picked off by Zest as well as
One
Wheezy.
enemy remaining.
And Swayze
Spike down
gonna
mid.
find one onto Involver as well. It's already around. That's a 1v5, looking like a flawless unless Zodas can steal something out of their hands.
I mean, Sheriff is going to have to do the most here. They're going up against rifles.
They're already expecting it. 2 of them, even. No, just 1. Lost is gonna be holding that. Lost is
Okay.
gonna get picked off. Not gonna even be able to steal any damage there. Zoda's down to 14 HP. Gonna get half flashed, not fully flashed, and Swayze to finish it off.
I mean, looking at silver linings, I mean, Lost was the one who was the lowest on the economy, so that does hurt them a little bit. But that being said, they started off with 5K, so I don't think they're hurting all that bad. But that does mean that the Astral Divide is going to go into the hands of Zodas with that extra kill. So now they have 2 ultimates on the board, but at the same time, we had the Blade Storm in the hands of Lost, and we have the Killjoy, the Lockdown, in the hands of Zesty on that KJ. So the ultimates are even. We're seeing the full buy comes out, but again, Tone's economy is just in a good state right now. They could really just make these next few rounds be punishable.
Face your fear.
Nightfall going out. Zest able to find the first with the molly. Gonna get picked off by Nephew though. Starting to get the spike down now. Forced to slightly be aggressive here as 3 are already on site. It's a 4v4 right now. Do believe that was some damage on to Lost there. Good placement from Nephew. Zodas stealing 2 kills out of the defending side before getting picked off by Spence now. Nephew just trying to hold this. They do have full HP, but Sova's util able to find them. Swayze getting some damage. It's not that much though. Time already running short. Nephew gonna be playing a little bit aggressive. And Swayze able to take advantage of that, finding 2. Involver traded out by Spence. Being the last one left alive for only so long before getting taken out by that spike.
See, that seems like a very iffy play that they weren't able to secure the round. They were still 2-3. They might have been able to capitalize on that, and they had the money to actually afford going in and playing aggressively and trying to convert that. But at the end of the day, that might have been actually a very smart way for them to end it off. They played for those exit picks because Drift, yeah, they're going to get the round, but they are hurting. They full bought out, and they did not have much in the bank. They're only going to be able to get 3 rifles and a Bulldog and a Spectre, so they have the rifle disadvantage now. And Tone, again, their economy is still up in the clouds. They have no worries right now, so they can capitalize on that.
Look at how much space that Tone just took there. That was a beautiful mid hold from the defending side. They're playing it like attackers, and it is working.
Yeah, and now we're already seeing the much more Tone gameplay that we would expect to see. They play for that pick, and then they pull back, allowing them to absorb that pressure rather than trying to capitalize on that man advantage. They know the attackers have to push into them, so they're going to wait for it.
Ingram able to find the trade onto Nephew. Tone Lost was seriously damaged by that nade there. Swayze able to find a wallbang headshot onto Wheezy.
1 enemy
Make that a
remaining.
2K as Chupa taken out as well. It's looking like a 5th round for the defenders already. But hey, only time will tell as Involver left alive with a rifle.
Oh, and I think they have just enough vision to be spotted here, too.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they are. Oh, no, Evolver. nowhere to go. The spike is still down in mid. They only have their haunt available. They do have a phantom, but they're aiming on the barrel of 4 of them. So it looks like Involver is just going to try to do the smart thing, hide, take this rifle into the next round, and
10
that's going to be
seconds left.
very, very unfortunate. Because again, they full bought out. They full bought out 2 rounds ago, and they lost all their rifles to
Oh
those exit
no.
picks.
Is he gonna lose his rifle?
Oh no, can they
He's
get there?
found. They're gonna try and get it off.
found
No!
out. Oh,
Lost
very
to
lucky.
the bell, and they don't get that final pick. It was very close.
I mean, yeah,
Quite
that would have been
suspenseful.
tragic. Yeah, would have been tragic because now they at least have 1 rifle, but they pulled out the last 2, and they haven't been able to get anything besides 1 round, and it was still very costly for them. So now Tone, again, have just kept this commanding lead. Even when they lose the round, they come out on top somehow. It's going to take a lot for them to switch this over to their favor.
Lost with yet another aggressive push towards mid. Is going to be able to spot it here. Lots of picks. Involver striking back with that rifle, able to find 2. Already an advantage for the team that was going for basically nothing. They had 1 sheriff and 3 pistols. That's all they had. But Spence trying to hold this. They are going to be able to get a little bit of a dink off onto Chupa. But Involver with a 3K. It's all up to Zest in the 1v2.
That's a
Have that
lot of
ultimate
damage done.
turret. Gonna be able to find them as well. Right behind, able to find the first. Involver, low HP. Zest with full, and they're able to find the second.
I had to focus.
Such a staggering pick from Zest there with a comeback for the defending side. It was looking so great for the attackers, but yet again, TN taking that for themselves.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Drift having the advantage, but they just cannot capitalize on it. I mean, I think that was Spence was just able to do just enough damage to make both of the last 2 1 or 2 shot with a body shot. So doing just enough for the team to secure the round. And now 4 on Tone have ultimates, but they're going up against Drift, who have all 5. The ultimates have been sparse so far, but here we go. We're already seeing the Milkman get invested. Showstopper as well. So everything on the line to start.
Lots of util to start it off. Yes! You really see that util being extremely helpful against the attackers. They're able to find 1 with the turret and 1 with the molly. Sorry, Zest is lurking up in heaven. They do have that Sova drone as well. Going to be able to find Wheezy. Trying to go for the wall bang. Nobody sitting there. Involver, the first pick. We do see Nephew going to get taken out by Graham, and Zest with a 3K on to Involver. And Spence to finish it off with a pick onto Wheezy. That's 4 players remaining. You know, you really gotta give credit to Killjoy with a 3K, 2 with a util in a said round.
I mean, you as a resident Killjoy main, you know you have made it as a Killjoy main when you can sit at the edge of like that 30-meter radius. So when just all of your utilities on, and you can get a kill when you're not even in sight or within close proximity of the enemy. But finding 2 the moment they enter sight is insane. Read them like a book, set up the round, and now Tone, I'm getting tired of saying it, they're in just such a commanding lead. Drift have only been able to secure 1, and it was actually probably maybe a little bit lucky on their behalf. Tone are just looking to take not only this game, but this tournament by storm, as they've just been dominant ever since they've, been live here on IGL League.
Now we're seeing Drift going for a little bit more of an aggressive push. They did last round as well. Sending out a lot of that util, but Spence able to find the first. Wheezy is right close. He's able to find a 3K, make that a 4K. Spence looking for the ace. He cannot get it off, but Zest finishing it off. That spray control was just spectacular.
You it's like you can see the fire building, and you're watching the garbage dump just go up in flames, and there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to watch it as, unfortunately, everything for Drift just falls away. They got in the garden. They thought that maybe with that tour de force they'd be able to do something, but Spence is just there, and to say they shut them down the moment they thought they had something would be an understatement. But this is going to be a full buy round. There's going to be rifles across the board, heavy shields across the board, but we're just seeing it over and over again. The Drift have been unable to convert these, and we're getting to the point where it's so critical for them to start winning rounds here.
Chupa with an immediate pick onto Lost. You know, Lost has kind of been bottom of the leaderboard right now, not being too helpful as a duelist, but to be fair, they are on the defending side right now, and they have a lot of rounds to their name, mostly to the credit of Zest as well as Spence here. Nephew throwing out some shots. Nightfall to start off the round. We do see the null command coming in from the enemy KO though. Zest just trying to hold sight right now. Able to find a random kill onto Chupa. One shot landed. Wheezy gonna knock the engram, sorry. Zoda's finding one onto Spence, and Wheezy finding another onto Zest. It's all up to Sway in the 1v4. Finally a round. It looks to be in the advantage of Drift here, but Swayze with the 2K. You see that slight flank coming in from Sodas. You're playing aggressive. Swayze is expecting it though. Swayze looking to get a clutch now. I said it was impossible before, but it's looking pretty good now. Swayze able to get some more damage off. He's got full HP. He's not even damaged Involver. Just barely a sliver of a clutch there.
I mean, that's some Cassius curse right there. That's why you don't call anything before it happens. But yeah, no. Even in defeat, they still cause so much damage. Swayze doing just enough. And again, they full bought out, so they're gonna be able to full buy here, but Wheezy's gonna have to deal with light shields. But again, we're still seeing them. They're finishing off with 100 to 500 credits left in their pocket. So Drift need to start compounding here.
You know, I am shocked that they have not called a timeout yet. A 8-2 lead is incredible. Crazy. Lost with an immediate pick though. Finding that Nephew slowly moving in. They've moved in here before. They're finally able to find a pick on to Spence. That's one player on both sides down, and Lost able to find a second on to Involver. Swayze getting one onto Nephew.
Now with 2 left standing, they're gonna have to do the most, but they only have an Astra and a chamber. They do not have the utility that is needed to take a site. And A is a fortress right now. They're not gonna be able to take it with a 3 standing there. And as well, over on B, they have the Killjoy set up, so either site is difficult.
Oh, Lost!
Oh?
I thought it was a free kill for him, but no, the shot's whiffed. That's yet another. Sorry, that's yet another kill for this attacking side. It's 2-3 now, a little bit more winnable. Chupa takes a lot of space right there. Doesn't realize KO's close near him. And Ingram would find a cheeky little kill on KO. But now it's all up to Zodas. The 1v3 situation is tense right now, with the time already going into red. Swayze to finish off that round. 9-2. Hey, maybe we'll get a 9-3 curse. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, anything can happen in Valor. If I've said it once, I've said it a million times. But looking at the board, is going to be a single hero rifle into the hands of Evolver, who's, I mean, to be fair, 7, 9, and 5, the best of their team right now, and has been constantly getting their teams the opening picks they need. But I mean, they're going up against now the Operator in the hands of Spence on the Astra. I mean, it's a play. Same with the Odin. Oh no.
Zest with a wallbang kill with that Odin. Wow, a lot of aggression coming in from the attacking side. Swayze finding one Chupa, finding one on the Zest as well, and Swayze just holding in the smoke right now. He's taken out by Nephew with the Odin. defenders
Spike
in
planted.
from flank here. Gonna get taken out by Chupa. Chupa traded out by Ingram. And now it's down to the 2-2. They do have that ultimate blocking off the back of sight, which is pretty good, but Spence not expecting that hold from Involver, and now it's all up to Ingram. It's a hopeless case. It's a 9-3.
9-3. I mean,
Switching
I'm a
sides.
believer. I don't know about you, Papaya, but I am absolutely a believer in the 9-3. However, that is going to they're gonna have to overcome a lot, is basically what I'm trying to say. Tone have been just so consistently good. And I mean, we even saw in the last map how once they switched over to that attacking side, they were really good. They played for those picks. They then exploded onto the site afterwards. They were playing really smart Valorant based in those foundations. And this composition they had with that jet, the double initiator, you know, sure, KJ's not the best for, you know, exploding onto a site, but this composition might be the best they can get on Ascent for that kind of play style.
Chupa trying to hold mid with the headhunter. Nobody holding it though. Zest just seriously playing back. Considering he's an attacker, that's a really weird hold, but lost. Trying to get this off. Able to find one in the pistol round.
They're expecting that, you know, secondary aggression, looking for the player to try to get that trade on them, but unfortunately the defense losing that player is immediately pulled back. They've almost given up the entirety of B site. NL mid. Nephew about to be caught out.
Nephew able to get a lot of info, but not any damage, nor is he damaged. So just a lot of info going out, but not a lot of kills quite yet. Lost still trying to hold that, is going to throw out a smoke, and this Raze might just have Valorant timing going straight for them. Involver holding that. They're going to be immediately picked off, but not without getting a lot of damage. Nephew able to find a 2K, looking for the 3K, not going to get it off. Zest finding a kill onto Nephew, getting that trade. Swayze the kill onto Zojas as well, and now the spike finally going down. It's all up to Wheezy. He's able to find the first. He's not going to be able to find the second. Spence finishing it off with the ghost.
I mean, yeah, if you're Drift there, you definitely want it to convert that pistol. Again, not the end of the world, but I'm not even going to say it, because every single time I've said that, you know, this normally will go into the way of Tone after winning that pistol. We've had 3 different, you know, opening 3 rounds in the 3 opening rounds that we've gotten. So I'm not going to make any assumptions, but losing that pistol is not the start that Drift would have wanted. They would have wanted to convert that, bring them a little bit closer to that 9 score line, but they're going to have to deal with what they have. They've given up double digits, and actually they're playing very aggressively down A, hoping for an early pick.
Spence holding straight behind the trigger. Discipline able to pick up 2. Can they get the 4K? They cannot. Involver shutting down that reign of terror. It's already down to the 1v3. Involver in such a hopeless situation here. 64 HP to his name. Spike finally getting down. It's all up to Involver. A single name to rep for Drift.
And I mean, normally you'd see this Fade in this position, and if you wanted one of your agents, it would be Fade, and you would want your top frag, but unfortunately, only a Haunt in hand. They're going to overcome, or have to overcome, so much to pull this back. And that's going to give away a lot of information. They know they're not coming over through back alley. They can expect them not to mark it since that door is closed, so now they know exactly where to look.
That's gotta hurt. Lost. Finding the kill with the stinger on to Involver.
Careful.
I mean, it's looking a little bit dire. Tone now are able to convert the anti-eco. We've already seen them convert the bonus in this map itself, so I honestly wouldn't be all that surprised. We do see some rifles come out into their hands. Spence is picking or keeping that Bulldog. They were able to save it, and as well as Zesty as the Guardian. And I mean, it's very easily they could convert this. They will have to overcome a lot. Swayze does only have a Ghost, but that being said, Tone have just been so clinical with every round they've played. Even the rounds they've lost, they brought it close, or it was a tactical loss for them. So, would not be surprised to see this map end sooner rather than expected.
Throwing out that drone
Blocking sight.
is going to get a little bit of info. As they do try and get a kill onto the drone with a Phantom. Not going to be able to be landed. Lost taking out that, sorry, the Fade Eye. Still no picks quite yet. No damage either.
A lot of space
Zoda's
taking
trying-
in the middle.
Gonna get a little bit of damage off. But that's all they're gonna get. 44 seconds left in the round. They're gonna have to push soon. Lost able to find a pick onto Nephew. Is popping that dash as well.
Oh,
Be able to dash away. Stinger shots whiffed. Zodas with the pick onto Lost. It's down to the
30 seconds
4v4.
left.
They have a site right now. And Wheezy, the aggressive push. He does throw out the flash. He's gonna get mollied though. And backing it
Spike
off here.
planted.
yeah, this is going to be a little bit difficult. They're trying to push 3 men through this heaven space, which is not amazing. We've already seen how Tone can take advantage of a meat grinder situation. Zest here on the flank. They're not even going to know they're there. Zest, don't do this to them.
Coming up behind Involver, but Spence able to find one. And Graham gonna get traded out by Involver. Sways taken out by Zodas, and Zest finishing it off with that flank. You love to see it.
Yeah, you love to see it if you're a fan of Tone, but Drift, unfortunately, a little bit of a stomp here on Ascent. They very clearly are a good team. They've made it this far into the competition, and you know they've had a few good rounds. They've had a couple really good plays. Involver has really shown that they can be a really good fade. Nephew's been really good on the raise. It's just a matter of right now. Tone seem to be on top of the world. I personally can't think of a thing that Drift could adjust for, because right now it just seems like, you know, Zest and Spence and so easy. You know, I mean, we talked about Lost. Lost got 29 kills on the last map. I was expecting Lost to come in on Ascent on that jet, play really aggressively, and just dominate this map. But they've taken the back seat and they just allowed Zest to go like online, and it's just so much to overcome here.
You know, I really do see myself a lot in Lost here. Just the varied comp games, you know, going back and forth. But Evolver trying to hold this. Not going to be peaked by Lost. Damn. Evolver trying to slowly back it off here. The Molly straight in front of them. Swayze getting the damage. So many trades going out. Zest going to find one on the Nephew as well. It's down to the 2v2. Chupa does have that headhunter. 3 bullets to his name. Easy, going for a little bit of an aggressive mid hold. Could be anyone's round, but right now Chupa really going for that aggression. Coming in right behind Zest. They're going to be able to find them with the util, but it doesn't even matter as Chupa able to find the pick with the Spectre. And now Spence trying to hold that. They're not going to get it off. Wheezy with the 4th round for Drift.
Yep, that is going to be a round in their favor. Very good for them. I think a few picks just went their way. Lost, unfortunately, just checking the wrong angle. But again, I mean, it's going to be so much to overcome. I can only think of one 12-4 comeback in recent memory, and I think that was DRX versus, I think it was X10, or no, it's not X10 anymore, Xerxia in Champions of BCT. So, I mean, and DRX, I believe, got, I think, 3rd in the competition, so 3rd best in the world. So it's going to take a lot, to say the least, and with all this utility that is dropping on A, it's going to be even more.
I mean, if it happened in VCT, anything could happen, but Wheezy. Find one onto Lost, also going to get the knock onto it. Graham, he's got the 3K. He's looking for the ace as well.
1 enemy remaining.
Nephew stealing it out of his hands. It's 4 players versus 1 right now. We're starting to see a little bit of a comeback for the side of Drift. They found a round already. They're finding basically another round, unless we could see a clutch from Spence, which we have seen some pretty good 4Ks in this game, even so. Let's just see how this plays out. 52 seconds left. Spence Still waiting for that. That spike is dropped, so they can just hold this. Do get the blind off as well. They may have just spotted Spence now. Getting some damage off the Wheezy. They're all on site right now. Nobody flank. Like you said before, this A side is just a fortress. But Spence with a great pick on a nephew. It's a 1v3. If he peeks 1v1s, it would be all up to that. But no, the defense win, the 5th win for Drift. You know, you were talking about that comeback. Hey, who knows? Who knows?
Anything can happen in Valorant, but we are going to be seeing the full buy come out from Drift. Actually a little bit under a full buy, as unfortunately Zodas is going to have to rock the Spectre. That being said, Lost is actually foregoing picking up any rifle or SMG. They're going to pick up the Shorty, in fact, but they do have the Blade Storm in hand. We haven't seen Lost do so much, but with this Blade Storm, maybe they can come alive here in the second half and just finish out this game for their team.
Well, they're aware it's not a, they're aware it's not an A push now. Swayze trying to hold mid. Lots of players towards mid, actually. Lost does have those jet knives. Blade Storm just moving in, being pretty aggressive. He's only got a Shorty, so he knows he won't be losing much. He won't be losing a rifle if he dies.
Yeah, they're playing this much more default setup. What we saw earlier in this half, that was very, very efficient for them. It was able to convert a few rounds. Oh no!
Some free damage on the Lost, as well as a lot of damage on the Sova.
Strangely, normally, you know, in the last time we saw this, we saw them play for that opening pick and then kind of capitalize on it. But it seems like there may have been a small adaptation. Drift are not playing those aggressive angles. They prefer to, you know, go back and play off the raise grenade. So it may just be brute force attempt here.
With the kill on the Zodas and Chupa with the kill on the Swayze, the trade. They do have that ultimate. They got it down. They're just going to try and keep it alive now. They are getting that plant down. Enjoy ult, not finding any results. Definitely good. AO util going out as well. Lost trying to hold a little bit of a rat angle. Is gonna get spotted though. Nephew with the showstopper. It's all down to Spence yet again. This time in a 1v2, a little bit more winnable. Ooh, Wheezy for the final pick, using the teammate to bait. That is the 6th round. They're halfway there to the Drift clutch that we oh so want to see.
I mean, yeah, it is. Yeah, no, they're slowly making their way back in, and I think this might be just a momentum issue. And one thing, again, you mentioned it in the first half, I'm surprised we're not seeing a timeout. We haven't seen a timeout from Drift at all yet, so I'm surprised that they're, you know, building back into this. Not, you know, unpleasantly surprised, but, you know, a little bit that they were able to get their wits about them in the heat of combat. But again, Tone could really use a mental reset here, and you know, a timeout could do that for them.
Who knows? Maybe the first half was just the timeout they wanted. They didn't even want a designated time slot. But TN Lost trying to push that, getting seriously punished with all the damage. Down to 26. They have a rifle. They can't be losing that as attackers here. Nephew trying to hold mid, get a peek away at the worst time possible, or maybe the best, as Nephew could have been picked off there.
Lost here really needs to start coming online. Unfortunately, they've just been shut down these last couple rounds. They only have 10 kills to their name, bottom frag for their team. If they could really come online, maybe get some opening picks, you know, they might be able to convert this, because the rest of their team is doing what they need to do, but right now they just do not have the very aggressive space taking the Duelist offers. There we go.
Lost had so much damage onto them. But Zoda's nevertheless going to be picked off. Involver finding one onto Zest. You know, I did notice 2 of those buys without shield, and Chupa getting one of them off. It's down to the 2v4.
30 seconds left.
Swayze with only 100 HP. He didn't buy shields. It's kind of like the unwritten rule of Valorant, but Spence able to find one. Swayze with a 2K doesn't even have shields, and he's able to find a 2K. That is just impossible odds, but now it's down to Spence in the 1v2. It's going to be finished off by Wheezy with 28 HP remaining.
Oh, it's coming down to the wire here. Spence, the last one alive here in the last, I think, 3 rounds. I mean, I think they had a 1v4, they had a 1v3, and they're in a 1v1. That was the best odds they've had in the last couple. But unfortunately, it just kind of all shut down. I think Lost did, get that opening kill, which is good. We needed them to actually get those opening kills because they've been losing them in these last couple of rounds that they've lost. And unfortunately, this time Lost came up, got the kill they needed, but the rest of the team was not able to follow up instead. So a little bit of a trading of placements there from what the last few rounds have played out. But again, we're getting the point into the game where the playbook is starting to run a little bit dry. Both of these teams know exactly what the other one they're going to do. And it's just a matter of choosing which strategy you're going to pull out, when, and how you're going to adapt to it. And Drift, having seen this deep into Tone's playbook, might just have them read.
Chupa trying to hold that with the tour de force. Lost able to find the first pick on the nephew. Zest with a kill on the Chupa. He had the tour de force, but he was looking at the perfectly wrong angle. Lost down his 26 HP again. I'm getting deja vu. This happened last round. Involver trying to hold a main. Not gonna be able to get it off though, as nobody pretty much holding that, except for the Astra coming in from behind as well. But Involver doesn't know this, and Spence finds a free pick onto Involver after finding Ingram. So it's down to the 2v4. It's looking like the game is coming to a close. But hey, maybe we'll be seeing those VC clutches here in a moment. Now, Lost holding hell. Got 26 HP yet again. Have a lot of util they have to use up. I want to try and get the clutch off. It's easy. It can cut down to 78 HP. It's a hopeless case, and Lost with the 3K to finish it off. 13-7. It was looking pretty good for Drift for a little while, but the game finally finished off with that final pick. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, Tone, I kept saying it towards the later ends. They just were not able to get a foothold into the game. They were the bottom frag for the team for the longest while. And they were able to finally get that opening kill that the duelist really needs to get with that composition, but the rest of their team just weren't able to follow up on that opening pick. Luckily, that last round, they were able to get that opening kill. Then they were able to capitalize it, get on the site, and then Tone actually sat back, changed it up a little bit. Instead of playing aggressive, played in a little bit more of what we were, a ratty angle, and was able to pull a 3K out in the final round to close it. So maybe not the best performance overall for Tone in that game. But at the end of the day, a win's a win. It finishes just about at the same scoreline of the last map that they played. So I'm excited to see how much further they go. But until we get there, we're going to be taking a short break. I mean, that's the last of us for the night. So thank you so much for joining us. But there will be even more amazing Valorant here on IGL after this real short commercial break.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome back. Now, instead of course, Papaya and Soren, we have myself, Educast, and my boy Disco JV here. Disco, how you doing today, my man?
I'm doing great, Edge. Thank you for asking. I'm super psyched to check out these finals. I mean, it's been a very tight bracket so far, so it's going to be nice to be able to see these teams actually kind of perform in a best of three kind of environment. So I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously, first map we're going to be starting off with here is Haven, which is probably one of our most casted maps, I think, together. So I'm interested to see what kind of comps they have set up for us because we've seen some wacky ones on Haven just between the games that we have casted. So hopefully we don't see anything, too much nonsense. But I am kind of crossing my fingers maybe for a little bit of a Cypher pick, a little bit of a niche Cypher grab.
I'm hoping that we saw that. The last time I saw a Cypher on Haven was actually Fauster, Valorant. You guys might know him as the Cypher guy on TikTok, but he actually played in IGL and he was doing that on Haven. So maybe we might see a Cypher take after his image, but of course, this is the finals we have seen right now. Esperion FC versus Tone Gaming. Both of these teams have been dominating so far, knocking back every single person. Both of them 2-0. Now it's the finals. There is no loser bracket because we have a pretty short day coming along here. So really, it's about how we can move forward and see these kind of players play it out. And of course, we do have to mention, of course, at IGL, we do have the Weekend Warriors on the 29th coming up here. So if you guys want to see the big bracket, that of course is always a little bit bigger than these weekend SkyBell Series. But also, if you guys see anything really cool happen in the game itself, make sure to clip it, give it a title, and a clip contest is currently going around where winners will take home a total of $20 in gift cards. If you want to submit the clip of the stream itself, make sure to do that in the Discord. You can type !Discord, but I'm sure our boy Cake will probably get you in there as well. But we're going to hop straight into Haven here and see what kind of agents we're going to be seeing. Maybe Disco, it might be that Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope to God that we actually do see some a considerable amount of initiators. I have been seeing a lot of teams kind of stray a little bit away from the double, sometimes even the triple initiator comp, mostly just relying on Omen for like their single flash. So I really hope we don't see anybody make a mistake like that. And right off the bat, we do see the breach kind of selected for Esperion. So that is definitely a good place to start off. And it looks like we're just going to be getting the double initiator pickup here across the board. But we do see that Swayze is locking in that Cypher pick. So I'm actually a little bit excited for that. And I definitely caution chat to not underestimate the Cypher pick on Haven. I know Cypher's been kind of out of the meta for a little bit and, it's kind of been looked down upon, but Cypher does have a lot of power on a map like Haven just because of the size of it, and the information that you can get off of the camera just allows you to have a little bit more of I guess like an anchoring ability if you do have to play for a little bit more of a rotate heavy strategy.
And I kind of completely agree. The ability to rotate back and forth, see what really is up here. That's what Cypher kind of shuts down as well. But one thing you have to mention is Cypher is also very limited in rotations. Once you start putting those setups down, it's going to be pretty tough to hold that site and maybe even rotate around. Luckily, they are starting on attack, so you're not going to have to worry about that quite yet. Agent. But looking at the other side of things, we do see an Astra on the defense. And honestly, Astra, she's kind of brought it back into this meta right now. And that's kind of the gameplay that we want to be seeing here, really picking up the pace. But moving forward, everybody's now locked in. We have almost a mirror team composition when it comes to initiators and duelists, but it's the Sentinels and the controllers that really spice things up this game.
Yeah, and I do just want to touch on what you brought up about Astra. I think Astra, I wouldn't want to say, I don't think underplayed is necessarily the word, but definitely underestimated with, I think, her versatility on the map like Haven. A lot of people tend to kind of lean more towards Omen. I think that's mostly just a comfort pick thing, but the thing with Astra is that there's really just no distance for how she can use her utility, and I think that just makes her a very strong controller agent on both sides, attack or defense on Haven. So I'm hoping that we actually get to see some big utility out of the Astra pick here, and it's not just going to be a straightforward just double smoke everywhere you're hitting, and hopefully some good trap plays possibly set up here between the Astra, the Fade, and the Raze as well.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that does combo pretty well. I love Fade and Raze. We all know the combination of making sure that they get stuck and absolutely dominate the others. But if anyone here currently watching the stream is a fan of either of these two teams, TN or EFC, make sure to give us your predictions in the chat, and we'll see what's happening now moving forward with everybody ready to go. Of course, we're already seeing a big split towards A, and that's a lot of util to try to push him out. And Simai is going all the way back, and that's a little bit of damage with TN lost, already taken the boom bot to the face.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of utility coming out, just trying to fight for this long control here. And we can already see that Esperion is not conceding the control right away. They do want to hold on to this. And there's actually nobody from Tone working sewers here. So this could be deadly for them if they decide to commit to this.
Yeah, it definitely could be, but Dust anchoring close, and that's going to be a headshot, but they bought armor, buying enough time for the swing, and Siyumai is going to get the shot down, and actually takes out 2 there for the price of 1. That is a good deal for these defenders so far, but right now, we're still seeing that these attackers want that A site. They're not quite done. We have a lot of space being made by the Cypher in mid, but honestly, it's going to be how you're going to push through here and try to make this work. Pretty tough going ahead here, but Siyumai already got 2, might be able to get a 3rd here.
30 seconds left.
Oh, that is going to be a little bit of a spot, and TN Zest is going to get spotted, but let's see what can happen right here with Zesty backing it up, and now Siyumai has that nade, tossing it out, and the util comes flowing, and that's a 3rd pick, leaving only the Cypher on the flank, but I think they know all about it. And what a flick! I mean, that was.
I think.
I think he's lagging there. I mean, that is. Wow, we are seeing 2 of these players have 500 ping right now, both Swayze and Engram.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Even with the 500 ping, still able to close that one out. And you know, I think maybe Tone a little bit too much of a commitment over there towards the A site. I understand when you're trying to get the utility dumped in that you definitely want to try to commit. You've committed a lot of your utility to it, but probably wise to just kind of rotate out there. They didn't put any pressure over towards sewer, and we saw them punished for that by Esperion. So we're going to be heading into the second round here. A standard anti-eco coming out from EFC. The real question is, are they going to be able to get out of it relatively unscathed here? And we can see it's just going to be an aggressive contact in through garage and into the site.
Wow, and there we go. We're already seeing Esperion take out Lost with the Marshall, but this is their buy round, and that's going to be 1 pick, 2 picks for Engram. And now they got themselves a Spectre. Last player standing, spots out 2, and has to try to back it up, but of course, the spike is stuck inside of Garage, and Engram is in a pretty bad position, and that's going to be Elysian getting the pick down. That's the kind of gameplay that you want to be seeing here, but 2 picks, that's pretty good for the Fade.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. You kind of get a little bit of the economy damage in for Tone, and that's kind of that's the most important thing there. I like that they just kind of went in aggressively. They didn't really try to slow things down. The goal is to just try to do as much damage as possible. Unfortunately, they didn't get the spike down, so a couple of credits lost there, but it's not a problem because we are on to the rifle round for them. So this is going to be their chance to try and keep things from swaying over to the favor of Esperion. But Esperion looking a little worse for wear. They do still have the Bulldog and a couple of Spectres in hand, but truly just kind of holding on to the shorty here. I'm interested to see what he can do with this.
Yeah, I mean, the shorty's pretty good, but with Lost taking out Siyumai, that's the kind of gameplay that you want to see. And already, we have another pick. Truly being the player to get knocked down by the Omen. And wow, TN is just rocking this right now. And what we're seeing from Tone Gaming is definitely toned in how they are playing. They've worked out all their kinks, and they're ready to keep pushing. But right now, we got Santi ready to go for it. And can Santi really clutches up with everything that they need? A little bit of a flashbang coming around, and that is the util, and there it is. 1 pick, 1 trade, leaving only Elysian, last person alive.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just going to come down to whether or not you decide to just try and save this or potentially just hang out and try and catch any exits. I mean, the main goal here is to just try to do as much damage as possible. I don't think there's really any shot that you can get the defuse off in this particular situation. But Tone actually playing this very smart, just playing all the way towards C, knowing that Elysian doesn't have any smokes to play with. I mean, it should be pretty free as soon as he enters into the site here. I mean, best case scenario, he maybe finds 1 pick.
And I think he just might be able to find one. The Bulldog, a very solid weapon here, but that's going to be the pick that they need. And it's unfortunately the only one they are going to secure. And attackers will take this, and the bonus round is not going to get won. And when you don't lose or don't win that bonus round, yes, these defenders here, they can fool by. And right now, we're seeing a pretty okay and even team for the money. Right now, we are also seeing an operator on the hands of Truly. And my question to you, Disco, is that op going to do enough to really try to shift this back in the momentum of EFC?
I think it's really going to come down to this opening battle here. I mean, Truly has been mostly siding towards the C site, and so now we can see he's rotating over towards A. They might not expect this operator here, but last time they were punished for that aggression, so we'll have to see if Tone just plays it patiently as they did last round, or if they decide to go right into a dry peek into this op.
Yeah, I mean, trying peeking into it, that is going to be at least one flash coming out from Zesty, but Op in the hand is going to have to teleport all the way back into heaven and wait for anybody to try to peek him, and it's just a little bit difficult coming forward from these players. Of course, the attack, they just have to get this one pick, and that is an open site, because we know A is all about the retake. It's not about the hold. Now, let's see what's happening right now with Cypher in middle, trying to push up B, making contact with the Astra. I mean, this is a very aggressive play coming out here, and I think Swayze might be able to make it work if they could just get that first pick for their team.
I mean, it's all going to come down to timing here. We can see that Truly did not actually buy up that trademark in favor of getting that operator. So if he can get good timing here, Swayze might be able to get a good flank. And he is going to find that pick onto Santia, lost onto Dust as well. Now with 3v5, it looks like the C site should be mostly uncontested here.
Yeah, mostly uncontested, and there is Lost, able to get one, but Swayze just anchoring that middle is going to get yet another, and this is the kind of gameplay you want to see, and truly spotted out by the Neural Theft, and now you're kind of stuck here, having to save an op against 5 very, very hungry players that they want to find you. And like hungry hippos, they're just going to find you and try to bite down, chomp down with an op shot already whiffed. And Truly is going to get gunned down by Lost, losing the round and the operator in the process.
I just really like the way that Tone played that round out. We can see how good they are at defaulting here. They put the pressure in the right amount of places, and Esperion just kind of playing into it a little bit. I mean, I think Swayze just kind of relentlessly lurking up here in mid has just become a little bit of a nuisance, and it's, I think, by the way that Esperion's, team comp is set up, they almost need to keep somebody there at all times, because if they don't have somebody within earshot, I mean, Swayze could just smoke that trademark off and pretty much go anywhere he wants. So I think Esperion need to kind of make some adjustments here. They need to fight out for mid more, and it looks like that's actually the adjustment that they're going to be making.
Yeah, I mean, already Truly getting the pick down. This is going to be an eco round, but if they just play it very aggressive, they might be able to do some work. But Zesty already getting one, pushing out and getting 2. Now it's just going to be a 2 against him, and there's Lost backing him up from the back line and getting the shot down, leaving Dust in the dust. Let's see, can Dust actually push in? And that's going to be the spray, and Engram takes it with another spray down, only losing the Cypher there. But it's an eco round. They're not really hoping to win it. They're hoping to get rid of some guns.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good effort. I do like the idea behind it of just fighting for mid there. I think maybe the better way to do that is to just go for contact push. I don't think expending as much utility as they did and running right into it really helped them very much, because Tone has been ready for that aggression pretty much since round 3 of this matchup so far. So Esperion, I think they just need to kind of take things a little bit more slowly. I think they need to try and wait out Tone, because Tone is just going to be very patient, and they're going to apply the pressure in the right places and figure out where they need to go. So if Esperion doesn't start making those adjustments, I think Tone is just going to continue to be in control of this attack side.
Yeah, honestly, I think that they just might be able to take it here with everything going forward. Of course, TN Lost is not losing it yet, but pushing up here against all the util, and that's going to be an ultimate and a pick for CU Mai, taking out Lost, but Swayze gets the pick over in Garage. Now, this is where the attackers want to hit that C site, and obviously getting that first pick off, taking out the raise was crucial for these defenders, and now it's just going to be the ultimates coming out for these attackers. But Truly anchoring it down with that op is going to have to try to swing out on Garage, and he will get the pick on a Zesty. Now, Truly, pretty bad spot here, but it doesn't matter. They're bouncing around and getting all the shots of the operator. Now only one remaining, and they still go down, and defenders have tied this 3-3.
Wow, what an amazing anchor coming out from Truly there. He's good for 3 and doesn't ever leave the site. And I mean, an aggressive angle that he was holding up C long as well. There was definitely an opportunity, I think, there for Spence to try and I think challenge it and give, you know, the rest of his team a little bit more information on pushing out of garage there. But unfortunately, timing did not work out and Truly is able to hold it down for them. So a full rifle round coming out for both teams here. But the ultimate economy is looking a little bit more favorable for Asperion, but Lost does have that showstopper available, and we've seen what they can do when they do decide to get aggressive. So it's really going to come down to whether or not Lost is going to try to invest that showstopper into taking some map control here, and it looks like it should be activated for him.
Definitely should be activated. Right now, we're seeing Lost ready to rock, ready to roll with the rocket, but the rocket's not going to pop it, and instead, they ain't going to pocket a kill. Now they have to push into that A site, and it's going to be a little difficult here against, of course, 3 trying to guard, of course, 2 in the link, 1 in the heaven, but who's going to get sent to heaven? It might be Lost with him now swinging out onto the site. It's going to be a little difficult here, but hopefully they might be able to make some space.
This is a very interesting aggression here. I think they've decided mostly to commit here towards sewer, but the Rolling Thunder coming out is going to allow them to make some space, and they're going to go right into sight. But a counter Rolling Thunder coming out Lost will shut down CU Mai, and that should be a good sight for them.
I mean, that is now the site open with a little bit of util, but it's not going to stop Lost, who has definitely found himself 2 picks. Now, 3 versus 5 with these defenders having to get this retake down. They are crucial in needing this. Their money looking okay if they wanted to save it, but with an op, they might be able to clutch up this 3 against 5. But it's up to Santi to get in, and that is getting out of this game with everybody just one at a time. The push is not effective, and that's another round flawless at that for TN.
I mean, I think it's really important to point out here that even though the scoreline is 3-4, that does not reflect what we've been seeing in this game so far. Tone Gaming looked to be completely in control here, and even though they've conceded 3 rounds, they only have the 1-round lead. It does feel like a lot of these rounds are very scrappy, especially for Asperion. It's really surprising, I think, that they've been able to walk away with as many as they have, and, you know, if they don't start making the right adjustments here, Tone is going to roll over them. We can see that they are prepared, so we do have the Tour de Force online for Truly, as well as the Cosmic Divide, but I don't imagine we'll see a Cosmic Divide, you know, kind of invested into this round, as they are in a little bit of an eco buy here. So I think the best case scenario for them here is to just try and find some corners, play things kind of slow, and do as much damage as possible. Maybe, if you're lucky, you pick up a rifle and you can try to swing things in your favor, but you have to stop taking these aggressive fights against Tone because they are on one. They're ready for it.
Yeah, and Toned Gaming definitely toned with how they're playing, and right now, Truly, with this Tour de Force, is going to spot 1 and only able to get it, but that's going to be a double, and that's a triple. God. That's what we like to see, but look at that. Wait, he didn't spot the Cypher, but it's okay. CUMI did see him, and now it's just the Omen, 1 versus 5, and that's going to be nothing for him with Santi able to get the final pick, and look at that, a back-to-back flawless trade from the defenders to the attackers, from the attackers to the defenders, exactly what you want to be seeing here.
That is an unbelievable flawless round. Truly, really coming up huge in a lot of these rounds. We've seen him really just clutch up for the team, and to be able to get away with as much as he did there, I think is kind of unbelievable. So I think Tone need to kind of try and figure out what went wrong there. You know, I think maybe 4-man contacting into mid when you're going up against an eco round, probably not the smartest move, but they still do have a lot to work with here. This is a momentum shift, I think, for both of these teams. I think depending on how this round turns out, you could put either team on an interesting economic back foot, and it looks like they are just going to opt for a little bit of a default here.
Yeah, and they just might need to do that default if they want to try and take this game. A little bit difficult moving forward for them, but of course, right now, 3-4 is the score, and they're looking to find some info to push this. And right now, both teams, full rifles, no more op in the hands of Truly. I think they've realized that, yes, the op is very fun, but losing it more than using it, and that's kind of where you're going to want to trade it off, try to do something different here. Obviously, we do need to see a little bit of a pickup coming up from Dust. He's currently 0-5, and if you want to start using those ults, you got to start earning them, but here's CUMI versus Lost, and that's a flick, taking him down. CUMI is seeing you later. There's Dust getting the first pick of the game, and now we are seeing a full rotate for a retake and re-hit onto that C site. Little bit difficult trying to keep this moving, but of course we got Santi already in mid, trying to see if that Cypher wants to push up, and it's difficult, but there is gonna be Spence J absolutely sending him away. Let's see it right here with the new push and right into Truly.
Seconds left.
And there's the pick. Now 2 against 3. Could be anybody's game here.
Yeah, and it looks like they're probably just going to try to go for this B plant here. They can hear all these players over in C-Link. Mai is going to take out Swayze all down to Zesty in a 1v3. He is going to be able to find one, but only 12 seconds left on the clock. He's going to have to get the plant down. It looks like he's just going to opt for the A site here, planting potentially for a CT, or just playing hell here. This is a very interesting decision, I think.
You know, very interesting is a definite word for it, but look at how much util he's got. If they want to push him off inside of hell, you can still use all your flashbangs, you can still use everything that you need. You get to zone him out, and that's what we're already seeing, buying that space, but using everything with no prior info, definitely kind of stressful here. If they use the last of their flash, they're not going to have it, but luckily, that flash is going to connect, and that's 1 for Zesty, 2, making it 4. That's the kind of gameplay you like to see from the Zesty. Now, attackers have won another round, and now we're seeing another full rifle round. I mean, this game has been so close. I am not expecting so much great economy buys consistently from these teams. Both of them always having enough to do full rifles.
You know, it's so funny. I was actually just thinking about that as well. Usually in games like this where you see a lot of back and forth, it actually is sort of a hindrance on both teams' economies. You end up seeing a lot more half buys, a lot less, you know, good economy. But I think in the way that it's been, just the back-to-back flawless trades rather has just allowed them to kind of stabilize here. So Nightfall finally online for Dust here. We're gonna see if this is the round that he decides to invest it, because this could come in huge. They also do have that Cosmic Divide available as well still.
They do have the Cosmic Divide trying to split it up, but of course we got CU Mai trying to use that nade, trying to push them back, but it is going to buy a little bit of time, but unfortunately it did not make its way through those doors, so it's not doing any damage, but Lost is a player who's doing some damage, and that is CU Mai getting diffed by the Rays, and the ultimates are now flying out just like Lost is. But what a shot from Santi right out of the air and into this with a flashbang down. It's Zesty getting one, Elijah getting traded out, and there's the final trade. Sight is now attackers sighted, and now it's going to be a retake with an op that wants to try to switch it away. Might go for this here, and they do have the funds for it, but it is incredibly risky if you don't check your corners. But there we go, it's over, and a team ace to take it, and that is a pretty big advantage. A 2 gap has now been led by these attackers for the first time this game.
Yeah, Tone finally starting to pull a little bit more ahead here and try to keep it a little bit less close. And I do like their decision there to just get really aggressive into Garage and into C. I think just kind of trying to overpower, you know, the Garage players there. But it might not be okay to do that again, because we do see that the Showstopper is going to be available, so we don't want them to be rushing right into the hands of CU Mai. I think it might be a time again for just a little bit of a slower play here. Most likely going to be coming down to Swayze and his ability to find a good timing on a lurk here, as we could see the rest of Tone just kind of leaning more towards a C-long hit.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to need to have a C-long hit like that to try to make some space for you, but here's Santi, close range and close quarter combat, getting 2 picks down, the ultimate now flying around, and that's going to be the pick. See you, Mai, seeing you later, and now it's Engram down, leaving this a 4 against 2 with a lot of util to use here, and of course, Spike is down in that long cubby, and there's another flank. Truly gets Swayze, leaving only the Omen, who seems to be going his own way. Currently lurking around trying to hit A site without the bomb, but what is Omen good for? That's right, his ultimate. Able to pick up that bomb for free, gonna grab that, plant the bomb, and then go for this 1v4. And they are gonna grab that spike relatively free, but they know A site's here, and they already have people working their way towards it. And that's end. What a round. And honestly, we're seeing defenders really just pop off there. You gotta hand it to these players like Santi.
Well, I think Spirion, especially just as a whole, have kind of discovered here that a lot of the way that Tone plays this attack side is off of their mid aggression here, or at least their mid control. It kind of becomes the fulcrum of a lot of their different plays here. So they've definitely made a strong adjustment there to just continue to fight for mid and take as much of that mid control as possible. And because of that, we've seen a lot of Tone's strategies here kind of fall apart. So I would hope to see them continue to do this, but we do see it looks like they're just kind of set up for maybe a little bit of some A aggression here in Tone, possibly ready to receive it as well.
Yeah, and here comes a little bit of a push coming out, and look at that combo, but the nade just goes just far enough to keep Lost alive, and there's Spence getting truly down. And honestly, this is a back and forth kind of game, and it's all about those initial picks. It's all about how you can try to make that space early into the round, and Swayze's doing a great job so far, and that's going to be a pick for Elysian. Getting Swayze down, no more lurking Cypher, no more. So you get to wander around for free, but here's Santi looking around trying to find if anybody's going to peek them. Of course, Lost anchoring it and pushing into here. Any noise is going to be pretty bad for him. But he's done it just silent enough, but has no idea there's someone behind him. And oh, that's a shot down and an ult coming out, but there's the trade. Engram gets for Dust. Now it's just Fade versus Fade, and one has to fade away with now Dust popping the Nightfall. And here we go, 2 versus 2, and here's another flank. It's just a world of flanks right now, and everybody is down to see you, my.
Wow, much needed round for Esperion to just try to keep things tied up 6-6 going into the second half here. This is honestly, I did not expect it to be this close. I mean, I said earlier that Tone just seemed really in control of the map here, so I expected them to pull ahead a little bit more, but Esperion, definitely a lot of heroics coming out from various different team members, and Dust kind of coming online a little bit there towards the end. Obviously still 3-8, but did contribute a lot. Good utility there to help them pull some wins out. So again, it's just going to be 6-6 going into the second half. Pistol round, not going to give, you know, either team too much of a lead. I think we might just see another little bit of a back and forth here, but 4 ghosts on the side of Tone is a kind of an interesting setup here for a defense side as well. I think they might just be expecting a little bit of aggression from EFC.
Yeah, just a little bit of aggression goes a long way, especially with what we're seeing from these players. As long as they're able to try to push these gamers back, a tied 6-6 at the start, this is the pistol round. And obviously, we are seeing a defensive-sided map for them right now. Of course, we have the Cypher to try to lock him down, but B site's open, and that's where they're just going to go for the B, rush, and plant. And that kind of gameplay, kind of necessity. Now, it's going to be a big push-up through Link to make some space, but that is Elysian getting Swayze down. Spence with the trade, but takes a lot of damage. But look at this. They are still being aggressive, and there is Zesty getting a trade for free from it. But this retake, it's going to be tough in the 3v3 with how little HP they really do have. But Lost is ready to go. Pushing up, and that's one. And there it is. Everybody being aggressive, leaving only Spence J, and through the smoke is going to get smoked.
I really love that play from Esperion, actually. I think going B site on pistol round is a little bit of an underrated strat. You don't see a lot of teams running it, so I love that they were able to just get in there and immediately go straight into A-Link to just kind of deny any of that space retake from the side of Tone. But it was really close. Tone did have a chance of getting away with it there, so we are going to see just a pretty standard anti-eco coming out here. 3 Spectres and a Bulldog in hand. Elysian just saving up for a potential round 3 bye with the Ghost. The question is Tone going to be able to do a little bit more damage than they did last time, because this isn't the first time they lost the pistol round, so they might be able to turn it around this time. We could see the contact push-up B is going to leave the C site completely free.
Completely free, and there's a spray down, getting 2, but finally traded out with the classic, and that's the kind of gameplay you like to see. But here we go, Santi getting a pick on an Engram with that Bulldog. It does bite pretty hard. And now, a 2 against 4 with the retake, with Santi now pushing behind, trying to find out if Zesty wants this kind of smoke. And of course, this controller's gonna be giving that smoke down. And there we go, now it's just up to Spence with a classic in hand. You know, sucked up and absolutely decimated by Dust.
Yeah, I mean, pretty standard round, I think, coming out here. The only person losing anything out is Truly, and a little bit of a surprise that Elysian didn't try to go grab the Spectre to kind of help him bonus, but doesn't matter because they are sitting pretty right now. So 2 ghosts in hand. I think the main goal here is to probably just try and play things out a little bit slowly. If I was Spirit on here, Edge, you kind of just want to wait for a little bit of aggression from Tone here. If you can get a rifle in your hand, you have a really good shot at doing at least some damage, maybe potentially swinging this round back in your favor. favor. So hopefully they don't get too aggressive here, but it looks like that just might be the case.
Definitely might be the case here for these players. Obviously, you are seeing a double up in that C long, and that's going to be one pick, but Lost kind of in a bad spot. But look at the movement diff, getting away with only 25 HP. Now they can back it up and try to see if anybody wants to peek them over at that A long. And A long, that's a risky position to be in, and unfortunately, Santee is going to be putting themselves there, hoping that someone is able to swing out, trying to get that trade for. Unfortunately, the breach was able to get picked off by these defenders, and right now we got Swayze anchoring B, not allowing this rotate early. Of course, Omen over on C still waiting for anything to really peek him his way, but this is a default right here, and they want to play it out slow and methodical if they want to get onto a site.
Yeah, this is actually kind of the power of having a Cypher on defense on Haven here. He can just lock down mid and garage so much, as we can see in this particular case. It really just denies EFC a lot of map control that they really want if they want to try to access these quadrants of the map. And we can see already that because of their positioning, they're already just trying to rotate back to re-hit A here. And they might not be too contested here. It's all going to come down to this fight. Sentia actually able to take out Zesty. That's going to telegraph to the rest of Tone to get back into sight. And Engram going to try to shut this one down.
And that is going to be what you want to see with a little bit of util, and it is going to connect onto Dust, but the thing is, they have to still get on to do the damage, and if it connects, it might just be wasted, just like Truly gets wasted by Engram here, and I think Engram wants some more. Last person, Dust on site, trying to make some space and gets the pick down, but that's Engram. Triple kill, and this is now defenders able to use that by round 2, shut down the bonus win, and this is a great round for these defenders, but in that being said, attackers, they can still full buy.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably as close to a best case scenario you can get on attack. Obviously, if you're not going to win, getting almost everybody down except for one, well, in this case two, is a pretty good outcome for them, because now we can see they're already back up to a full buy here. Tone going to invest the rest of their credits here to try and get as much as they possibly can out of this. Nightfall is available for Engram here, but they are on a little bit of a back foot. So if Esperion is able to take this round, it's going to be really tough for Tone to try and claw their way back from this, because we can already see, as far as ult economy goes, Esperion is starting to rack up these ult orbs. So regardless, next round could be very strong for them.
Definitely, and with Vandals in hand, this is what we want to see from Esperion. They need to get themselves onto that C site, and it looks like it's just going to be what they can do. Right here, we got CU Mai leading the charge, trying to push into that CT location with, of course, Astra still anchoring back all the way in their spawn, but that's going to be why getting the pick on a Lost, very vital. And now might be able to get another one onto Engram if they just keep this moving. But think about Astra. You get that global, and speaking of global, that's 2 down for the rest of the world. Now, let's see what can happen right here. And there's another shot. Zesty with a Guardian, a very zesty player. But does he know that there's also Santee here? And I think he doesn't. And that means this Astra's just going to get up behind him for free. But there we go, flashbangs coming in, pulling him out, and that's going to be a spray down and a pick of 2, making Santee our MVP of that round. Triple kill with the flank and the lurk.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a huge lurk from Santee there, not just to hold that garage, but find the right timing to get in there totally undetected and definitely screw up that play and just disrupt it. And now we can see Tone, just like I said, on a little bit of a back foot here. They do have a Rolling Thunder and a Nightfall available. They're one off from a Showstopper as well, but I can't really imagine they're going to be investing those too much. We might potentially see Lost go for the orb here over on A to try and get the Showstopper in hand to potentially just do a little bit of damage, but I mean, Esperion is in a great position here. They've got a lot of money to work with, and I think that they know that Tone is going to have to play desperately.
And I agree, but when Truly pushes out like that, it's going to push him back. I mean, Tone right now, they're pretty desperate to try to get in here and do some damage, but with all the blinds, all the util, everything dumped on a Lost, he is going to get gunned down. And Truly, of course, is also picking up Zest over in Sewer. Now 4 versus 2, no money in the hands of these defenders, and attack's looking pretty good. And honestly, we were watching Tone Gaming absolutely shred through the previous rounds and the other teams, but I think they finally have met their match with this team here. This is, of course, just game 1, and we might have to see it on a different map soon, but with Spence J, might be able to make some space by taking out Santee. And he is going to get that pick down, and now to push up, but oh, there is going to be the aggressive push and the trade. But now Swayze, oh, Swayze ain't able to dodge anything, and CUMI gets another triple kill.
Wow, I mean, Esperion's starting to run away with this, I think, a little bit, which is kind of a surprise, Edge, because if you look at the compositions here for both teams, you would think that, Tone better on defense than I think Esperion's comp is for attack. But despite what we've seen, Esperion has been able to kind of dominate this half, but we do have Showstopper and, as well as the Rolling Thunder and Nightfall available for Tone. So that could be exactly what they need to try and stop this momentum here a little bit. But Elysian only one away from a counter Rolling Thunder as well, and that could be everything they need to kind of sway this round in their favor.
Could be an Elysian getting 2 picks there. Exactly what you want to see. And Engram now stuck back. He is going to get gunned. CUMI able to pick up 2. Swayze with the trade, but he's going to get traded as well. Now it's just have Spence J on the flank behind with the Phantom in hand and looking to see anything. And it's the bait of the plant that is going to get him to peek, and that's going to get the pick. Now, 1 away from match point advantage. EFC Elysium is doing so good. I mean, how is EFC rocking this so well here, Disco?
I mean, I think a lot of it is just coming down to finding where the gaps are, I think, in Tone's defense, and then just kind of exploiting that. We've seen they haven't really done too much of the same thing. They've kind of been switching it up a lot and applying the right pressure to the right places and getting all the necessary information they need to make the good decisions here. And I think it has to come down to whoever EFC's IGL is, probably doing some amazing calling, but 5 ultimates available for Tone here, and they haven't invested anything except for a Bucky into this round. So this might be the time, Edge, to start popping some of these ultimates off. You need to stop this momentum. You have to shut down EFC.
Yeah, you definitely need to try to just keep them at bay. And it's tough to say when you're gonna get sprayed with these players absolutely shredding it. Last one is gonna be Zesty, and that's 1. But it's all over to the jump and right click classic. We all know it. We all love it. It's a free gun, and it's better in the hands of these players than me.
I mean, this is it. It's do or die right here. 5 ultimates available. They have full kits. They have rifles, full armor here. And only on the other side, a Showstopper, a Cosmic Divide, and a Rolling Thunder, which, if I'm being honest, those are very high value ultimates that they could use to easily win this round out. So, Tone, they need to invest everything that they can. 5 in a row. It's that or nothing. We're sending them to bind on a 0-1 deficit here. So, Esperion looking pretty good here, Tone. They need to level up. They need to find the weakness here and find a way to shut it down. We can already see Esperion just going head into A, and it's going to come down to whether or not Swayze can handle this aggression on his own.
And I think they just might be able to if they try to get 1 knocked away, but that's going to be tough. I mean, it's a lot of difficult situations over and over again, but that's the Astral Divide to get them on to the site for these attackers. And defense, they're in a pretty nutty spot. They are trying to do their best here, but with the lurks that are coming out from the attack, it's almost impossible to break through their hold. Right now, CUMI anchoring in mid, waiting for anybody, and check your corners, because that's going to be a free pick down, and Spence J is now gone. No more smoke, and there's the ultimate, though. All of the ult stuff, Nightmare, the Rolling Thunder, the ults from Lost, and that's going to get all the picks that they need, but the counter ults are already out, and here comes the push-up. There's going to be 1, but TN Lost is getting another 1, but there's Elysian getting gunned, and now it's just about how can they get it, and there it is, but that was a clean round for these defenders. They definitely needed it, but they also needed to save some ultimates there because they are completely bone dry outside of the neural theft.
Well, I think that kind of spells doom and gloom a little bit for Tone here, because we could see, I mean, they got out just barely with 2 players alive, able to carry their rifles into the next round. Economy's looking a little worse for wear here, while Esperion has tons to work with. And the fact that they had to invest so much just to retake the site there, I think we could be looking at potential map here for Esperion. It's just going to all come down to whether or not Tone is able to win out some more of these duels here. They're getting played like fiddles by Esperion. I mean, they just pressure and Tone just completely rotate here, so they're going for a little bit of a mid play here, not necessarily playing contact, but a lot of information given off of that peak from Spence J, so they should know that the hit is coming out to C.
They do know that the C hit is already here, but with the util and everybody now pushing out, this is a very aggressive push up, but that's going to be a bait and a flash. But look at that, TN shredding every single person on that C site. And unfortunately, C might not be the place to be, but B is where we see Truly as he's looking to find a pick. And obviously, it's going to be a little bit difficult with Zesty anchoring it and getting the pick. A flawless round for these defenders. I thought the game was over 2 rounds ago, but TN said, no, we're Tone and we're here to stay.
It's a really good adjustment from Tone there. I think deciding to initiate the retake before they can kind of stabilize over on the side of EFC. I think Asperion maybe getting a little bit confident, a little too comfortable, thinking like, okay, as soon as we put these smokes down, we get into the site, we should be free to stabilize. They're going to wait to try to retake, but Tone just trying to reverse that tempo a little bit and get in there before Asperion has time to stabilize. So if we can see them continue on that kind of that line, we might see a little bit of a closer game. Only 3 rounds to tie this up, but Truly taking that opening win is not what you want to see if you're Tone.
Yeah, I mean, taking that first fight, getting this player down, it's definitely stressful because Lost was your top frag, and you might have just lost the game with the loss of Lost. With now everybody trying to rotate around, you can see a little bit of a panic here, but CUMI, very aggressive into Zesty, and there is Dust to get the trade, but honestly, it's a 3 against 3 with the sprays all over the place. Here comes Zesty, though. That's going to be 1 pick, and that's going to be 2, leaving it to 3. Now it's just going to be up to you, Santee, and that is it. Another round for defenders, but that one very costly. But they're building up their ults again. Right now, attackers slowly trying to build it up again.
Yeah, Asperion starting to play with fire a little bit here, and I think a timeout is a good decision for them at this particular moment. 2 rounds away from Tone to taking us into overtime, and they have found the right adjustments here to kind of try to shut down some of Asperion's aggression here. If Asperion doesn't decide to make that adjustment and slow things down and go back to kind of the default that they had earlier in this half, we might see Tone actually bring us into that overtime. They found the right answer for the aggression. They've been able to shut it down. So I think it's time for Asperion, like I said, slow things down, go for a little bit of default, try to get some pressure in and figure out where you need to rotate, because that was a lot of your strength there. You need to expose Tone's, aptitude, I think, for over rotating here and try to find the site that's open, because once you stabilize, you're going to put yourself in a really good position to try and deny that retake.
Yeah, and that's why we need to see that denial of retake, because right now the defenders are able to just kind of walk on a site for free, even if the attackers get those initial picks. I mean, it's down to the wire, down to how you're going to do it. I think that they need to play together. They've been doing a lot of lurking that worked earlier, but they're getting countered on that lurk play because now they're down and they're forcing a 4 against 3 for the retake, and that's pretty tough. So hopefully we can see a little bit of a rearrangement to end out this game of the game 1 to send us into the next one. But of course, it is going to be a little tricky having everything move forward here. I would highly recommend that they just try to save up some ultimates here and unleash them to win the game.
I mean, it's a full investment for Asperion here, and it's all falling apart for them as Engram Fies 2 lost on one of his own. That's the spike down. They have all the information they need, and suddenly, within the first 15 seconds, it is a 2v5 edge.
Yeah, 2v5 immediately. The faster you can say 2v5, and that's already how many people are left. This is a difficult game to win it, but right now, Elijah has the spike in hand, and of course the Astra still alive. This is an initiator and controller combo, which is pretty much all you need to take a site, but it's going to be difficult. They have to try to default, wait for anybody to peek them slowly, but that's going to give away a little bit of position. They still know there are now people in grass, and Elijah is going to spot one, get stunned, and now back it up. 50 seconds remaining on the clock, and C is going to be completely defended here, leaving only A as an option here, but they don't know that, and they might just be saving this round and maybe losing the game. I mean, honestly, it's difficult to try to come back from here.
Yeah, I mean, I think patience is the name of the game for Tone here. Obviously, they don't want to give up too much, but I think if you find themselves in the right time limit here on the round, it might be a good idea to go hunting a little bit, because obviously, Asperion's going to have to try to carry some of their rifles into the next round. We're looking at potentially the last round before overtime here, so if they can get out there and maybe take a couple of rifles out of the hands of Asperion and put themselves in a better position to take us into overtime here, but looks like they're just going to opt to play it safe. They do have money to work with, but they're just going to decide to just chill and take it into an 11th round for Tone here. So 1 round off from a potential overtime. Tour de Force is available for Truly, as well as a Nightfall in the hands of Dust, and they have money to work with. So this is pretty much do or die for Asperion. Truly should be able to buy up for them, so they should have a full loadout here, but we have to pay attention because the Rolling Thunder is available for Zesty, and we have seen how impactful that ultimate can be, especially on a map like Haven. If Asperion is able to get into a site, I mean, they have to be worried that that Rolling Thunder might come through and allow Tone to just get that retake in.
And I agree, they need to try to get any info here, and honestly, they haven't hit A in such a long time that I think if they just start it, they might be able to take it. But that's already one ultimate used, but used and abused, wasted on nothing. Not able to connect it, but they know the site is now empty, and they're still not pushing up. They're still being extra cautious and courteous of their attackers and defenders. Hopefully, they can try to now get in here. We got Swayze up at the top, and there is the counter ultimate, pushing everybody back. The bomb has yet to be planted, and now C-Site is open. This is the biggest fake I've seen in a long time, but unfortunately, it's gonna get completely spotted out. Swayze popping the ultimate. They know C is the object, and they already got 2. This is clutchable, but what a shot from Zesty. Now, Spike is gonna get planted for long, and this is a tough game to get this moving. Obviously, we do have Dust here with that, and look at that trigger discipline! That's 2 down, and now it's just up to Truly, and we've seen them get triple kills with the Tour de Force, but against 3 in a clutch to end out the half, who knows? Lots of space. Spots 1, whiffs a shot, bodies it, and there's the end, and now I think we're going into overtime here.
Ooh, that's a really good half from Tone to kind of try to bring things back, and it looks like they're feeling very confident. So we're going into OT here. I think it's all going to come down to, I mean, how this plays out for Tone on their attack side, because we saw how close that half was between both of these teams. And even though Tone was able to get it back 5 unanswered rounds on their defense side, I still think we might be favoring Asperion here because they've had a little bit of time to kind of try and figure out how Tone have been playing that defense side. So really, it might just come down to who wins this first half here. And if it's Asperion, we might just see them take this 14-12. We can see them, they're already setting up for an A aggression over here on the side of Tone that worked out a lot for them, but if Asperion don't give them anything to work with here, it could put Tone in a very precarious position where they're just forced to try to make a decision without any information at all and potentially just push into a site.
Yeah, I think really it's about how they're going to get that information. I mean, you look at this team, the info gathering that they have is really only down to this single fade, and that makes it hard to get enough that you need. Obviously, right now, these defenders are needing to try to bring this game back because they're on a 5-loss streak. But speaking of lost streaks, you got Lost pushing right into Garage, looking to spot Santi, and that's going to be a little bit of util with Santi now trying to swing, but the timing is perfect with Engram getting the pick on a Truly, but Truly immediately gets the trade onto Lost. Now Santi still stuck in this corner, but they don't know that this Astra has been here the entire time, and this is a lurker who knows how to get the timing down and hopefully push onto this site. Right now, Elijah anchoring it back, looking for something.
Spike planted.
And there we go. Swayze anchoring mid, trying to find one, but there is CMI getting the pick down. And here comes 2 in Garage, 2 in CT against 3 with Zesty getting Elijah down, breach diff, but now it's a push up and they expect the flank, but Swayze expects his aim to be better, gets 1, Spence gets the other, 1 remaining, and it's gonna be Dust right here. Now, are you gonna leave the enemies in the dust or are you gonna become Dust? Let's find out with the bomb now taken away and the spike needs to get diffused, but everybody's just playing out time and that's gonna be a little bit of damage, but oh no, Dust is panicking here.
One enemy
And that's gonna be 1.
To be kidding me.
And that's gonna be 2. But I don't know if they have enough time. It's gonna come down to the wire, and the boom of the bomb is gonna end that round.
Really good heroics from Dust to try and salvage that round. Maybe if they had gone for the half there, when he had the Omen smoke available to him, maybe could have been able to clutch that round out, but unfortunately not the case here. So Tone go up 13-12 here, and we saw That's actually now 6 unanswered rounds, 5 on the defense side, 1 here on the attack. So they could potentially shut this down if Asperion haven't made the necessary adjustments that they need. Like you said, they weren't playing together too much, but when they were playing aggressively and just doing 5-man hits, Tone found the answer for it, was able to shut them down. So they need to try and find a little bit of a middle ground here if they want to try to keep their head above water before going into that map too.
Yeah, they gotta dodge round here, especially near the end. But right now, what we're seeing coming out from these defenders, I mean, Tone Gaming, they're just bringing it back hard. That is 6 rounds in a row. Could seal the deal right here, right now, if they're only able to have Zest T get the picks inside of mid. But it's going to be difficult. Of course, you do have Elijah pushing up, but you got to check your corners. How many times do you not swing and check what you got? That's going to be a pick down, and this is another round down for TN. Could be the end of the game, but it's not quite solid yet. Zesty ready to swing, but just playing time. And they have to do this. They have to play very slow. If anybody wants to peek him, it could be the end of the game for them. But here we go. Truly pushing in. Is going to spawn out 1, but not spawn lost yet. And I think with the noise being made by Engram, it's going to be incredibly difficult for these players to really try to clutch it up.
30 seconds left.
But right here, we're seeing these attackers. They're just being so patient, but with 25 seconds, they have to hit this site, B site, right now, and that's what they're gonna do. They're using all their util to get him on, but Zesty's gonna get 1, gonna get 2, and finally gets gunned down, leaving only Dust alive. With 13 seconds, that's gonna be Dust getting 1, but no more. And that is the end of game 1 on Haven. Let's see how it's doing on Bind in a few.
Wow, an amazing game from Tone to kind of bring it back there. It was looking pretty bad for them actually going into that second half, but they found the adjustments that they needed to make. They had some solid anchoring heroics out of Zest and Zest T and Engram as well, just being able to kind of hold it down. We didn't see Swayze quite pop off as much as we wanted to, but a lot of value coming out of those lurks, and the same with the utility as well. So Tone walking away with a 14-12 there on map 1, but they're going to be heading in to Bind. Now, I'm really interested to see how that works out, because we could see that Tone really good at kind of working large maps, but with Bind specifically, you know, it's not so much just about kind of controlling the rotations as much as it is just about being able to take control of the map early on into each round. So if they continue to try and play slow like they did on Haven, it might spell a little bit of doom for them going into this, because it's really all just going to come down to open engagements and whether or not you're able to control kind of like the far right and left sides of Bind. So interested to see what they have in store for us here. And, you know, this is really Asperion's chance to kind of try and bring it to a map 3 and potentially shut this thing down and walk away with the win here. But if not, Tone looking pretty strong, especially coming off the end of that there. They could just knock this out with a clean 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Tone, they have been kind of a fan favorite when it comes to how much damage they're really bringing to the table here. I mean, if you just look at that bracket, using exclamation mark bracket, you can really tell what they have done, how they beat Greed and then Drift. I was watching the Drift game. Drift nearly brought it back towards the end, but Tone had such a solid start. I almost thought it was going to be a 13-1 for half of that game while watching in the Twitch chat. But honestly, Tone Gaming, they're bringing their A game here. Obviously, you do have Asperion FC just bringing their A game as well, able to take out Rancor Digital and Straw Hat. But the problem that they seem to be facing is the second they lose momentum, they fall flat on their face and they don't bother getting up. And that's kind of sad to see, but this is a new map here in a best of 3 of the finals of the SkyBell Series number 8. So hopefully we'll see what's going to be happening on that map of Bind, and we will be seeing you guys in maybe a little bit of a time here at Agent Select to make sure that we're ready for the next map. Are we going to see an overtime game 3, or does it end in Bind? everyone, welcome back to Agent Select Game 2 on Bind. We tried hyping it up and now we are here. Are we going to be seeing this be a 2-0 split with TN taking it? Obviously, there is a lot of options here for who really is going to be bringing their A game, and already we're seeing a different kind of team. We have, of course, both Brimstones. We are seeing a difference in the smokes, but actually, is that a double smoke strategy I'm seeing here, Disco?
Yeah, it is. And I think we've had conversations about this before in the past, but I'm a really big advocate for the double controller meta on Bind. I think the Viper and Brimstone setup that you can have in these comps, I think is very, very powerful. And I think Esperion might actually be making a little bit of a mistake here, deciding to go for the double initiator comp instead over that. So it's going to kind of spread them a little bit thin. It's going to allow them, I think, to be a little bit more aggressive, I think, and make better plays on the attack side. But once they switch over to that defense, they might find themselves into a precarious position here, because we can already see in a lot of different plays on Bind that Viper is very good at locking down very certain parts of the map, especially on defense here. And I think it's going to allow Tone to just be a little bit more flexible with their positioning on the map of Bind.
Yeah, I think the amount of flexibility really matters here, especially when you're playing with players like Lost, who has been very consistent in wanting to have that flexibility to lurk around, try to make some space there for them. And obviously, against a team comp like this, we do have Esperion FC rocking the Fade, the Sky, the double initiator. So one is double controller, the other double initiator, with both of them rocking a Brimstone. And Brimstone on this map, insanely good. The ability to molly off things, and even his ultimate to completely annihilate anybody in places like U-Haul or showers and just get that kind of zone control. That's why you want to pick it. But now we're in the game, we're at that pistol round, and we're going to be seeing who is bringing their A game here. Is it going to go 2-0, or is this going to tie up? And we will see it on Pearl, the greatest oceanic map there is that is not Breeze, because Breeze sucks.
All right, so this is one thing I just really want to point out to everybody right off the bat is Swayze just going straight into hookah here. This is a very good position for a lot of Vipers to play on this map. It's going to make their defense a little bit harder to penetrate here. A lot of times you want to see people fighting for showers and you want to see them take that hookah control, but when you have a Brim over on one side of the site and you have, you know, a Viper just holding down hookah, I mean, it can be very difficult for them to try to get in here, and it looks like they're just going to opt to try and fight for showers control early on, but they're going to be met with a little bit of aggression here in Engram and in Lost.
Yeah, that kind of aggression definitely gets the info that you need. A map like Bind, very easy to rotate for defenders. Not so easy when you're an attacker, not so easy when you're dead. CUMI getting absolutely decimated by the chamber right off the bat. And now it's Swayze, who you said was in a pretty good position here with that Viper setup here. And a little bit of util is going to spawn out one, but has to back it up, and we'll save the util for later. Dropping out, here's 3, and that's actually going to be popping the util now to force the players up, but Truly is still pushing it down, and that's going to be a little bit of damage for the Viper, but Spike needs to get planted, so they're going to go into the middle, in the center of this tube. But there it is, Spence getting taken down by Santi, and now it's a 4 against 4. The retake definitely can develop here, but the flank coming out from the Sky inside of the main link area. And that's 1. That's 2. Elysian gets what they need to, and here we go. Zesty, last player alive, checking no corners, and instead taking all the bullets to the head.
Wow. I mean, I hate to be that guy, and Edgy, you know me, I don't really like to point fingers all that often, but I think Swayze maybe played that a little bit too passively. I mean, he had the snake bite available to him and a pretty good wall to try and deny a lot of that hookah control, but instead just concedes the space. Instead of trying to break up the push there by mollying that entryway and then popping the wall and just kind of playing off that wall, maybe get a couple of picks there, decides to just give up the site completely and then opt to hide in the smoke. I think it allowed Esperion to just kind of get in and set up there. So hopefully we don't see Swayze be timid like that anymore. I'd like to see him be a little bit more aggressive here and actually fight for this hookah control if he's going to be doing his setup there.
Yeah, I mean, we need to see some fights happening, and right now we're already seeing with Truly getting Swayze, but that's going to be another pick. Santee gets one, and here comes the three-man rush into Hookah. But if you're rushing a Hookah, you might get burned by the smell, and there it is, 1 HP on Zesty, and he can't seem to get away. Now, this is the kind of gameplay that we needed to see from them last game, but it's going to be pretty close, but not to Santee. Oh my! The Bulldog shredding him up and absolutely decimating. Let's see if they're able to do it some more, do it again, and hopefully get all the damage. And there it is, EFC Dust, leaving nothing in the dust, getting everybody in a flawless round second. But here's the buy round, Disco.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the best case scenario you want to be in, and we can see that Elysian is actually opting to pick up that Vandal in their hands, so potentially able to, you know, swing this round over. And I think Asperion here, they have two ways to play this out in my mind. It's either be hyper aggressive or just play tempo as much as you possibly can here. You are in a gun disadvantage, and I think Tone has showed that they're ready to take those early fights, at least over to the side of A. So if Asperion can kind of take their time here, maybe find some cheesy kills, they could actually walk away with a bonus win here.
They could walk away with the bonus there, but everybody's ready to go. With Truly now trying to make some waves, but here's See Mai, and unfortunately not able to connect it. And this is what the defenders needed, though. Having a play like that, having a Vandal now get lost in the hands of the Rays. But there's another pick. Truly getting another shot down. And EFC, they're in a pretty decent spot to play the post plant, but against full rifles, it might be a little bit difficult here. But of course, Elysian still yet to use a rifle, but everybody's stimmed up for this defensive team, and they're ready to go. Of course, Swayze going in, spots one, and is going to be able to get the pick, and another! Swayze already gunning him down, leaving only Truly the last person standing in a 1 versus 3. Bomb is planted, but the risk has been stationed. Let's find if Truly can swing it, but oh, unfortunate. That is going to be the end of that round, but honestly, defenders, they needed that round there, and I think they might be able to bring this back economy-wise, but the buy round coming out from the attackers now.
I mean, that's a pretty decent outcome, I think. You only lose 2 players. You're able to carry 3 rifles into the next round. Now, obviously, Asperion coming off the back of a flawless is going to have a lot to work with here, but we can already see the value from playing that Viper and Swayze paying off dividends there. Having that toxic screen just available to you at all times, just grabbing so much value, especially in the retake there. I mean, you could argue that they were at a disadvantage, retaking 3 onto site, all from pipes. It's really easy for them to shut that down, but they're able to use their utility in the most valuable ways possible and get into the site. So it's really Asperion, it's their time to try and redeem themselves. Lost going to be holding down Hookah here with a judge, and they have a really great bait and switch setup here with a crossfire. They could go right into Lost's arms here with this judge. This could be devastating.
It definitely could be with Trust able to get Truly getting the pick down over on Long, and the rotate now wanting to happen here. They might just take the portal, but no, they're going for it. And Lost, that judge no longer has the efficiency that you're going to expect from the distance already being made right now. The retake, 4 against 5, already off to a pretty poor start, but Elysian just looking to see if anybody's going to swing him out, and 2 on the flank versus See Mai. See you later. There's a pick down, and another one to go with another pick, and that's why this player is at the top. But now it's just up to Zesty going in, dinking one, doing some damage to the other, and with a judge, we're gonna see Lost kind of losing their way and rotating away from this map. But there's See Mai, and oh my, that is a clean round and a flawless for these attackers, and I think we might get to game 3 if this continues.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking pretty powerful over on the side of Asperion. Their attack side seems pretty confident. They know exactly where to expose and how to do it as well. We've seen 2 times now that they were able to just get in on Long and then force players over from Tone to just kind of hold on to that Hookah control. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's really not the position that you want to be in, especially when a lot of your utilities can work against you in that particular area of the map. So I think Tone need to try and find a way to reposition here and find a little bit more value. You can see the toxic screen pushing up a little bit closer on A short here, and that actually could be a good answer for them. Zest able to find an opener on a shorty, but not before he's traded out by Elysian.
Wow, I gotta hand it. I mean, what we just saw from Siumai, able to rotate around and still do some damage to Engram, that kind of movement, definitely something at the top of this level here. But right now, we're seeing a push up, and truly is gonna get Spence, but right here, right now is where the push really comes in. And there's Santi getting lost, truly gets Swayze, and now it's just up to Engram, and Engram is gonna not have an ability to get encrypted with everything, gunning him back, gunning him down.
Well, I mean, it's a good effort coming out from Tone there to just try and potentially slow things down, but unfortunately, Esperion just gonna roll right over them here. So economy starting to snowball for them. Viper's Pit is available for Swayze here, so if he does decide to pop this off early, potentially just lock down Hookah, it could be a good play for them because, you know, that is kind of an important part of holding the map, but we've already seen that Esperion has kind of just opted to fight for long instead, so it might be best to just try and hold the site, activate that Viper's Pit once they get in, and it looks like Swayze is just gonna go for it right off the rip.
Right off the rip, we're seeing Engram trying to find anybody, any info, and maybe some damage dealt. But honestly, right here, right now, it's stressful. They have so much to really work with, and against an operator on this defense side, this could be the one round where they don't have the ability to push B. I mean, we already have the Viper Pit going down from Swayze, and this is stressful if you were EFC, but I know how they deal with stress, and that's to just keep their headstrong head on and keep it moving forward as they now hit the site. But there it is. Lost is going to get gunned down, and that is EFC making some moves. And there it is. A push up, but only one pick, leaving only a 3 against 4. Spence looks for some info with the dog, and that dog is going to bite down. With everybody now ready to go with the fire, and there it is. 3 HP to get away from that corner. And now this is a tough 3 against 3. I like the pop of the Seekers. Could give him just enough info. Graham's waiting for it. He is going to spot one, and oh, the wall bang just barely missing. But Swayze is not done yet, and there it is, a leg shot, and now just one, but Dust is going to get gunned down, and that is another round for TN. They know they need to go pick up that op if they want to keep their economy high.
Much needed round from Tone there and heroic Spence to try to keep them alive here, but unfortunately a lot of momentum already built up for Esperion here. They've got plenty of money to work with, as well as a tour de force, a showstopper, and seekers of their own to activate really at any given time. Now the orbital strike is available for Zesty as well, so it really is just going to come down to whether or not Zesty is going to try to use that in an aggressive way to try and shut down any early engagements, any early plays, or if he's just going to kind of keep it in his back pocket as a little bit of a retake tool. I mean, either or could be good. The other thing that we have to keep an eye on here is that Lost is only one off from that showstopper as well. So if they find themselves in a good enough position to get an ultimate orb here, it could be a lot of investment for them.
Could be a lot of investment, but that's a big ultimate to see it happen, and there we go. What a pick happening right here, right now, with a little bit of util, a little bit of nade to try to push them back, and all the info. Of course, Lost going with the judge yet again. This is yet to actually work in the hands of this Raze. I'm hoping that we might be able to see something different, but right now, honestly, my 5K channel points are on the line, and I'm kind of stressing, I'm kind of sweating.
I mean, it's not looking good for Tone at this point. I think it's just, they just need to try and carry these rifles into the next round. If anything, Lost should just do exactly what he's doing here and just try and find some exits on the way out. But I sincerely doubt that Esperion's going to be playing into that. They're probably just going to exit out from the side of Long, and it looks like that's the case. But, you know, he might be able to find something on Santee here if he's lucky. He's holding the smoke with the judge. Suspense.
You know, holding it. Hey, it finally works! Crazy! But Spence kind of all alone. Yes, we are going to see the Raze pick up a better gun, but Spence might die. But no, the time has run out, and they get spared by the almighty clock gods. But good luck.
Well, Tone, you know, I think they need to try and find a really good adjustment here because Esperion has just found that their hyper aggression has been paying off dividends for them, and I think Tone just trying to play a little bit more forward hasn't been paying off for them. So maybe it's time to just kind of try to play a little bit more towards sight. If they're just going to be 5-manning in and you don't have any way to try to slow that down, if you're not going to be utilizing those mollies or those trademarks to try and slow these pushes down, you have to concede those earlier parts of the map, Edge. You have to try and play for retake, because you're not going to be able to stand up against the power of the aggression coming out from CU Mai.
Here.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Right now, CUMI is making such waves here, but might not be enough. But here we go, the flashbang and the ultimate, but there is Lost getting the pick down, and here comes the skies to be open. Now, mowing through anybody peeking it, and it is going to keep these attackers alive. No damage, but Santa gets one. The spike is down inside a U-Haul, and everybody's kind of panicking right now with this 2 versus 3. TN finally taking some space here, but can Swayze really make some work against this guy who's stuck behind this box? And there it is. Engram gets a shot, and now it's gonna be a 1 versus 3. I mean, Santee, questionable in how are they gonna be able to clutch it, but that means that they might have an answer for us.
It's definitely doable. With the molly in hand and only 1 kill off of the orbital strike here, Edge, all he needs to find is that opening pick. He could potentially shut this whole retake down.
Definitely. Or he could just wait it out, get himself one, swing and a miss, and swing and a hit. That's a double and almost gets it. That's the kind of gameplay that you want to see coming out from Santee, but it ain't enough. And that is going to be another round for TN. And look at this little happy dance, celebrating at the mound. That's a $10,000 find.
Well, it's a much needed round for Tone here to kind of try and keep the momentum from snowballing too much in the favor of Asperion here. So 3-5, only a 2-round lead, so it is still doable for them here, but really not much to work with here. They are kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel, so if they don't win this round, they're going to be put in a very peculiar position, whereas we can see that Asperion pretty much has one more round to work with here, but a lot of really good ultimates at their disposal. One off from the Nightfall, and they do have Seekers and their own Orbital Strike available to them. So if they decide to continue with this aggression, they have some good ultimates that can lend themselves to that.
Yeah, they definitely have what they need here if they want to try to push it back. But right now, Engram right up and ready to go. Gets the pick and gets out. That's the shot that you need to see right here, though. You're seeing a little bit push of everybody coming forward. Right now, Santee kind of just looking to see if anybody's going to peek him in heaven. Wow, TN very aggressive inside a shower waiting for dust, but Engram is going to get the trade out and make sure that this could go in the hands of TN yet again. I think they might be hearing me, but honestly, Toned Gaming, they need to keep it up if they want to keep this game going, and that is one pick that they needed. And here we go, 5 versus 2. Very tough position to be in, and they're spread out so far that it's risk after risk.
Really like the push here, trying to get onto the site, but Swayze just going to shut that down. An easy 2-piece for him. Good anchoring coming out from them. I think that Asperion made a solid call there to try to switch over to be there off of the showers loss, but Swayze finally coming in huge on that anchor position, able to shut that down and get one more for Tone. So 4-5. The gap is closing. They're only 1 round off from tying this up, and the Viper's Pit is available to Swayze. Now, I hope that we don't see him get a little too eager this time, Edge, and pop that right off the rip, but rather play that Viper's Pit a little bit more reactively. I want to see him wait for the pressure, wait to see where it's going to be coming through before actually activating that and using it to deny it the proper amount of space.
Yeah, and that proper amount of space kind of important here with everything now moving forward. Of course, we do have a little bit of a B push up here with everybody ready to rock, ready to roll. B site is only guarded by, of course, Swayze, joined by the teammate of Spence. And this is tough, but there's the ulti, there's the util, here's the push up, and site is now clear. This is what you need to see, and the post plant in this team is quite solid, so it's going to be difficult if they want to take it truly. With that tour de force, could make some space, but it's plenty for them. And there we go, Santee and Zest backing it off. Might get another one, though, with a little bit of flash. They could get the info that they need to push this. While Zesty makes some space with the smokes. That's one. They're all dead on sight, but they have to push through, and Siyumai is gonna get two, but Lost, they're on a kill spree. They want some more, and they might be able to get it if they just aim proper. But there it is, a little bit of damage, and oh, that was almost a collab, but not yet. Oh
My lord!
Oh my god, Lost is getting it and defuses with 3 seconds remaining. That's the kind of gameplay you want to see from Tone Gaming and this Raze.
Wow, what an amazing retake coming out from Tone there without expending any of the ultimates that they had on board either. Just a textbook example of how to use your utility to get the retake there. Perfectly placed guiding lights, good fundamentals coming out from them as well. So very strong retake capabilities from them, and probably good adjustments as well, because we've seen that they haven't really been able to retake against Asperion's aggressive hits too much. So very important round for them to take. 5-5 all tied up, 2 Stingers in the hands of Asperion here, but 1 Vandal and a Guardian. So it is still possible for Asperion to take this one, but if they lose this, we could be looking at 7-5 going into the second half.
Yeah, right now we're seeing a very close game yet again, and this is kind of how we saw it, but once that switch happened, once that map was different and moved away, it made this incredibly more difficult for them. But right now, B-Site getting that Viper Pit treatment to try to keep them back and everything, ready to get it, ready to roll, and A-Site currently being targeted by these attackers, and honestly, 3 versus 5, they can easily hold this in the hands of TN. But there we go, a little bit of Molly goes a long way, and here comes the push up with Siyumai trying to go in with Santi, and Santi's gonna get one, but TN is gonna get the trade. Spike now down, but CU is gonna see you later, getting another pick, and always ready to roll with a little bit of an ultimate to go. They might be able to get it, and TP all the way back, but look at that, the Viper ult. Do they have enough time to touch it before they run out? And it looks like they just have to run in if they want to hold it. And they just barely get in and try to keep that ultimate available, barely touching it in the nick of time.
Oh no.
Oh yes, says Truly, getting the pick onto Spence Che. And here we go. Now, this is what they wanted to do, the back and forth over and over again. And honestly, 15 seconds remaining doesn't bother them since the bomb is now planted. Now the defense has to clutch up a 2 against 4.
I mean, I think this might just be a save round. I mean, potentially you could just drop the op into the hands of Swayze, or just maybe just have Engram take off and Swayze just go in and try and do a little bit of damage here. But the rest of the economy for Tone is not looking very good. They might need every single bit of credit that they can have for this last round in the first half and just try and buy up for the rest of the team. So best case scenario, do a little bit of damage here. Being able to find one on the dust is huge for Swayze, and it looks like they are just going to opt for the save. But we can see Elijah already wrapping around through long. He might be able to do a little bit of damage here. If you lose the op in the hands of Engram, could spell doom for the rest of your team.
Could definitely spell doom with the ult, but oh, that's the Guardian, and Swayze is able to get one, but no, they still go down, saving for naught, and everything is ready to get these picks. Amazing kind of gameplay all around the world, but let's see what can happen right now. Last round before the swap, you're seeing a little bit of a purchase coming out from these players, and an op in the hands of Engram. TN might need that crutch if they want to tie this up.
Yeah, and they really just don't have that much to work with here. I think Swayze not really giving us the right value that we expect out of a Viper, and not using that ultimate reactively, but instead just always popping it off at the beginning here. So it's really going to come down to whether or not they're able to win some of these early engagements. A Haunt spotting out Lost is not the situation you want to be in, but they have to fight for the Shower's Tooth and Nail Prowlers coming out to try and take the space here. And Siyumai and Truly going to immediately shut that down. That's a free A site for them, and it is not looking good for Tone as they enter into a 3v5 retake scenario.
Yeah, 3v5 retake, and Swayze able to get one for the pick here, but it's still pretty tough. Swayze now stuck inside of U-Haul is going to get another pick down. Beautifully played, and here we go. Elijah going for some more, but with the op in the hands of Engram. This is the last round. There's no room for failure. You have to push in, and it's going to be tough, but what a flick! Engram gets dust down, and now the spike in this 2 against 2 has to get defused, but Engram looks to be staring at a wall, completely allowing their teammate to go down. But that's another one. The blind is not going to connect. A tap of the bomb, and Elijah's ready for it, trying to buy that time, and there it is. Engram gets it, and they have barely just enough, but I think that is going to be GG and a 5-7 half.
Wow, really not the way that I expected that first half to go out. It was looking kind of primed for Tone to
Switching
take it
sides.
7-5 in that first one, but Esperion obviously leveling up there, taking those last two much needed rounds, I think especially because they're going to be, I think, a little bit more favored here on the defense side. It has to see what Swayze has lined up for the attack. We've seen Viper get a lot of really good value out on attack, especially using the toxic screen to mostly just play mind games a little bit. I think you can set it down early on in the round. You can use it to, you know, end later in a different site than you initially pressured, or if he's just going to kind of play more reactively, we might see that kind of falter a little bit. So it's all going to come down to this pistol round. Esperion going with their 4 ghost setup that we saw they really favored on the first map, but if Tone is not able to win this round, it's not going to be looking too good for them because Esperion is definitely primed to run away with the second half.
Yeah, I mean, that is a runaway, and everybody is running it down. Swayze getting 2, and now it's going to be a 2 against 3, with, of course, Spike still in the hands of these attackers trying to make their way over to the side here, but difficulties are in motion as, of course, they have to get past Elijah inside of Hookah. But a little bit of a wall going up, and there it is. 1 pick and half of the HP removed from Raze, leaving only Dust in a 1v2, but honestly, it's more like a 1.5 if they're able to do a little bit more damage to that Raze and finish it off. Obviously, though, Dust still has a lot of util to get the info that is required to clutch it. They have to just get through this smoke, through these players, and still stick the bomb.
They have to be anticipating the push.
Oh, and they were zesty with that there. Weapon is going to spray him down and get another pick, and that's what you want to see. But honestly, this could be anyone's game still. This is one of the closest games we've seen all day.
Yeah, and this is actually a very much needed pistol win for Tone. Obviously, it should allow them to tie this up, but I think the most peculiar thing that we're seeing here, Edu, is that we have 2 folks actually opting to go with the Stinger buy here, potentially setting up for a round 3 buy, and it looks like they are just going to opt for a judge here. So I think we can expect a satchel into U-Haul here and just going for a very aggressive A hit off of some utility.
Yeah, I mean, what you want to see here is a little bit of util being used. It doesn't cost too much if CU Mine wants to get one, but how, I don't even know. The shorty always comes up big for these players somehow, and it just doesn't do it in my hands, but that's what makes these guys in this game. But that's what happens when I try to use a shorty. That's right, a Stinger mows me down. But here we have a 3 against 4, a little bit of a retake, and another shorty in the hands of these players. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised every single person on EFC rocking a shorty right now, trying to just get some early picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a terrible gun to have if you're in the right position here. And we can see Truly is actually just trying to get into the tube here, anticipating this B push. He might be able to get away with another one for free. And doing this damage is huge. He is able to find that one onto Lost instead, immediately trading it over. A little bit of damage onto Swayze, but not enough to seal the deal. So now Elijah alone in a 1v3, shorty in hand against 2 Spectres and a Stinger. I mean, I think this is pretty much all but sealed. They should be able to walk away with this round 2 for Tone, but if Elijah can do a little bit more damage and make the whole anti-eco round worth it, but looks like they are just kind of anticipating this potential flake here, knowing that their chamber has been shut down and they have kept a pretty good secure lock on all parts of these maps.
I'm shocked that he didn't pick up a classic. He walked right over one, choosing instead to rock a shorty, and that's gonna be what's gonna happen there. And everybody buying that shorty, they did do a lot of damage, but only getting 2 picks. This buy round coming out from these defenders needs to be pretty big here if they want to keep it in.
Well, I mean, it should favor Esperion here. I think the biggest setback with buying the Stinger onto that round 2, I know a lot of people have been hyped up on the Stinger lately because it just got buffed recently and they think it's very good, but it really is just, it's still not a match for a rifle matchup here. And so I think Zesty will be punished specifically for having that Stinger into this bonus round. I think we should see a pretty clean round 3 win here for Esperion going into this, unless Tone is able to just kind of overpower them with some of this aggression. But a lot of the util coming out already slowing down this hit, not looking too good for them right off the rip.
Yeah, honestly, not looking too good here right off the rip, but what is this lost? Seems to be dashing right in, and there we go. Swayze getting one pick, but oh my, 1 HP, and can't seem to bunny hop around the corner, and honestly, AFC, they are doing a great job cleaning this up. This is looking like a pretty, just honestly, great round so far by them, only losing one person, and as you said, Stinger in hand, not exactly the kind of weapon that you want to see here.
I mean, best case scenario, you can just try to get the spike down for some credits, but Truly is pretty much ready for it. He's been anchoring here for this entire round, and that ultimate orb should give his position away a little bit here, a Prowler, just to make sure there's nobody off in hookah. And, you know, actually maybe just outside of the sound range there, but Truly good for it, off of the swing, able to shut that down. Only one player lost on this round 3 bye, so should be looking pretty good. Only see you Mai losing a rifle there, but we'll have a teammate available to buy that one up for him. And Tone, kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel a little bit here. They do have a pretty solid buy up through Lost having to opt for the light armor here, but again, this is just one of those tricky situations where it's really all going to come down to which team is going to be able to take this round, because whichever one wins is going to have the momentum kind of swing towards their favor. It should snowball up for them, and with a game this close, it's not necessarily a situation that you want to be in. So Tone, I think they need to try to slow things down a little bit here. They can't just be insanely aggressive. They have to try to find those picks. They have to use their utility to find the right map control and find the opportunity to move in and take that site.
Honestly, one thing I will be mentioning is right here, Tone, they know how to play it back. Even if you see EFC get a big amount of lead, they just lost a 12-7 lead. That's the thing about it, is once you take their momentum away, it's almost impossible to really try to bring that back. And I think TN defaulting, making sure that if anybody peeks them, it's going to be tough. And there's one, but Truly able to get backed up by the teammate, has the TP out, but there goes Spike in a horrible position. No smokes available either. They can't get that Spike anymore, and that's going to get picks down. Honestly, EFC, they don't want to give up this momentum quite yet, and they aren't going to. But Swayze, ready to get 1 and needs to get 2. Blinded, looking to find if they can dodge the bullets, and they can! Neo from the Matrix making it work every day. And here we go. Now TN still in this, now together.
30
We got
seconds
Lost and
left.
Swayze as they try to push onto that B site. But they still have to get past 2, and this is winnable. That single whiff from the sky could spell doom.
Ooh, I think Viper's Pit activated a little bit too early. They're not going to help them secure as much of the site as they would like. Yes, it will give them a safe space to plant, but look at where CU Mai is. He is ready for this. He's not pushing Gwen quite as much. He can't see Swayze, but now Swayze has to respond with aggression of his own if he wants to have a shot at winning this. He knows where he is. He's able to find that first pick. Now it's a 1v1, all in the hands of Santee, and Swayze able to shut that down. A brilliant, amazing 1v2 to keep them alive here, and they tie it up.
Wow, I mean, Swayze just single-handedly carried that game. I mean, that's the kind of gameplay that you see from very high levels, and being able to be so confident, so skill-based in every swing that he did, able to, 1, survive the sky, 2, be able to keep that momentum and do even more damage. This is a player who is not resting until everyone understands who they are. And honestly, we're seeing now a little bit of a panic coming out from EFC. They should not have lost that last round, so they're pulling out the tour de force.
This is a really good position from Truly here. If he's able to find this pick and get out, it should give him good advantage, especially because of the economy that they're in right now. But unfortunately, not able to close that one out. Dust tries to follow it up, but Swayze has the answer.
Yeah, I mean, Swayze trying to have those answers. Obviously, a 4K last round, definitely the equation solution. But are they going to be able to pull that out yet again? Can they calculate what they need to do here with Truly? Still has 4 bullets remaining. Looking to spot 1 and is going to get the pick on a Spent. Goes to the wall bang. Is not going to connect it quite yet onto Engram. But with all this util, the double controllers really showing what kind of space that they can take here. And that's what you need to see with everybody ready to go. Obviously, we're seeing a big push up coming in. Truly waiting it, has the teammate to back it up, and the fact is, these attackers don't have to peek until that bomb gets tapped. And right now, here's a swing, and that's the pick. Santi gets one, but Truly's down, and CU Mai is able to get another, but it's all over. Swayze not able to replicate what they did before, and now we're seeing the lead back in the hands of EFC.
That's a really, really brilliant retake coming out from EFC there. I love the way that they just played off of the Trailblazer from Elysian. Just trying to get some of that control back into U-Haul, and then as soon as that Trailblazer comes out and they have the position, or at least the info, that U-Haul is open, the aggression immediately comes into Shower to get that pick, and it allows them to crunch Zesty in the position that he's in, ultimately allowing them to get that spike down. So much needed round. We can see it's already put Tone onto an eco here. Seekers are available to them, but can't imagine again that they'll be investing that here unless they're able to get some picks. But Esperion, they're in a great position here. They have a lot of tools at their disposal. There's at least 4 or 5 different ways they could win this round out. Worst case scenario if they lose too much, and Elysian just kind of challenging here could be found, but the Sheriff is going to peek out from Lost, and unfortunately that will be a free kill for Elysian, and that's advantage to Esperion.
Oh, wow. Advantage to Esperion, but again, this is an eco round, and losing CUI there, that is risk and no reward with Elysian now trying to back it up. Of course, they do have a newfound weapon on this Brimstone, and honestly, just building up those orbs, building up their ultimates. Yes, the defense still has 3 ultimates in their disposal, 1 away from Santis. This is what we need to see, but Santi ready to smoke off anything long or hookah based, and they are going to smoke that off, and now it's a push-up coming out from every single one of these players. Of course, Engram already able to get 1, only 26 HP remaining as they try to push in, but it's tough because if they take that teleporter, they're going to have to get past this player Truly.
This is actually really good positioning from Truly here to anticipate this teleporter push, and they're giving a lot of respect, I think, to Tone as well. They're not just peeking right into these Sheriffs. They know that there's a good chance they could lose this, but look at how much space Engram has been able to take. They're right into the site. Santee able to shut down with 1 pick. He's going to get a second one as well, and that's a third for him onto Engram. Easy as pie for Santee as Esperion get to 10. A 2-round lead here, and a lot of tools at their disposal here as well. Edge, an orbital strike, a showstopper. The list goes on. So rifles in the hands of Tone, but a lot of ultimates that Esperion could use to just make sure that they keep the momentum in their favor, which is exactly where you want to be in this position. The rounds are close. It is only a 2-round lead, but if they're able to shut this one down again, we could just be looking at 12-8 potentially going in on this second half.
Yeah, 12-8 on this half. Everybody just trying to make it work for them, but the problems that they're having right here for TN is that they're just not able to secure space, and obviously last round was a little bit of an outlier considering what weapons they had brought to the party. But if you're going to bring a Sheriff to a Vandal fight, you're going to probably get domed, but that is a lot of info, and they know exactly where they teleported to because of their ears, and that's why you got to hand it to these players. They know what they're doing, but can they actually get the pick on a Truly here? Obviously, in that position, it is wall bangable, but here comes the ultimate. The Seeker's now out, and here comes the push-up. They know there's one above, and Spence is going to have to back it up, and Truly's here to stay. But look at that Molly locking him down, and Spence is going to get the pick onto the chamber. And here's Engram looking for some more. Let's find out what can happen. Everybody now moving forward. Already EFC, they're taking a back seat, trying to see if anybody's going to peek him today. But of course, if they go for that bomb plant, Santee does have the ultimate available, and with the orbital strike, you can definitely push some people out of this position. Flashbang now out, and a push-up coming, and there it is. Santee through the smoke gets Spence, but that's an ultimate and the bomb down. This is the kind of gameplay you need to see from EFC, and here we go. There's going to be another pick for Sandy, and here it is. 2 against 4, all or nothing. If they lose this round, they have no money, no funds, no honey, and that's going to be no money for them, with everybody now getting gunned down.
Wow, a really fantastic anchor site from Esperion. I mean, they had 4 folks on the site, and of course having Elysian just ready for that potential rotate. And they did have to invest a little bit in there. They had the Nightfall and the Showstopper. That did get a lot of value out of it, but Orbital Strike is still online. Operator in the hands of Truly as well should allow them to secure this round, at the very least. 4 Sheriffs in the hands of Tone, but a Showstopper and a Tour de Force is available to them, as well as a potential Orbital Strike. So there is a shot that Tone is able to swing this round back in their favor if they decide to use those ultimates reactively. in the right scenarios, if they can play this slow, they can control the tempo and find a couple of picks early on, they might be able to expose some weaknesses in Esperion's defense here over at the A site.
They just might be able to, but again, incredibly difficult as they move forward. Obviously, we do have Truly looking to see if anybody is going to get in their line of sight with the operator in hand. It's difficult. Everything here is about timing, and when you're going to get timed, TN, they don't want to push anything, but
There it
that's
is.
Engram down, and honestly, Engram going down, this is tough, especially since that was what they were relying on, but oh my,
Oh, no!
It's lost! Getting 2 picks down, and now there's one in heaven, but this is winnable. The spike now getting planted, and look at that positioning. Dust has no idea there's one directly underneath them. This could be it for them every single way, but here comes the push up, the util drop, and they have no idea that there's a raise underneath hell, and when that smoke clears, that's gonna be 1, 2, almost an ace, and 4 kills is where it ends. This is the comeback that they needed right here, Disco, with Truly in a 1 versus 3.
Thrifty.
Oh, back of the head. That's the kind of shot you like to see with a revolver. And look at that, exactly the kind of game they need. Is EFC gonna be giving it up yet again? Let's find out.
Hey, for all you viewers out there wondering how to win eco rounds, just watch that round back, because that is absolutely textbook. Perfect usage of utility to try and take space off of the A site there, gaining control of U-Haul early on, and then also finding a perfect timing to swing out with the Sheriff to find those 2 picks, and then of course Lost's brilliant positioning in the one-way, the potential one-way at least, over off of the Heaven smoke there to find those 2 kills to close it out. They have rifles in hand now and still 2 ultimates to work with, and the potential of a Viper's Pit as well. Now, Esperion on a little bit of a back foot here. They're going to have to win this round if they want to stop the momentum shifting over towards Tone, but we can already see right off the bat here, Edge, Tone just taking things nice and slowly, trying to stay control of the tempo here. They want to try to find that pick before they decide where to hit, and we can already see Lost is kind of edging his way up, just trying to find a little bit of something to work with.
A little bit of something to work with. Truly here, able to get that pick, and Engram is now down. That is the initiation that they definitely and honestly craved. They needed it. But when you crave something, you might get depraved. With Santee able to get Lost down, and there it is. Zesty getting the pick onto CU Mai. But here's a winnable game. They have the B site open. They got the ultimate available, and they just need to keep it pushing. But let's see it. Molotov now going out. Of course, they still have the orbital strike, and that's going to push some players back. Hopefully, though, they can get the bomb planted and maybe get to double digits before match advantage is given over to EFC. But the ultimate now dropping, but Swayze gets Truly, takes a portal, and here comes a little bit of a pushback, and Zest is going to be out. But A site's open, and they're just going to take the bomb again. The ring around the rosy of the map of Bind, back and forth over and over again. And this is it. But oh my god, Santee, the tunnel vision isn't spotted, and oh, that's the damage you need to see.
10 seconds left.
But there we go, the ultimates from everything. Anything that they need is now available, with Dust, though, getting immediately ready to go, ready to rock, ready to roll, looking for someone to peek it, and gets the pick on a Zesty. But they're on that bomb looking for something. They haven't found anything yet, but if that dog bites them down, they're dead. But oh no, Spence!
My lord!
Dust is just taking the space and taking it back. That's the gameplay.
Wow. I mean, I thought Kronos was the god of time, but apparently Dust is the new god of timing in Valorant. I mean, I have not seen anybody find such perfect positioning off of a timing push as I saw Dust in that round. Getting in the Viper's Pit, able to take out Zesty, and then dodging the Trailblazer to find a free pick onto Spence as well. I mean, that is just perfect, and it's exactly what they needed. It puts them on to match point, but it's not over yet. It's only 3 rounds away from potentially taking us to another overtime, and we can see that Tone has a lot to work with. They've got good rifles in hands, a Guardian really just in the hands of Zest is their weak point, but Orbital Strike and Showstopper available to them, one off from those Seekers, so it is very possible here, Edge, that they are able to take this one and continue to run away with it. We've seen them do it. They were in this position last map. The question is, are they going to be able to replicate it? Already, right off the start, just going for a little bit of a default here and just trying to work a little bit of map space here off of contact, and it is paying off huge for them. Engram now spotted out by Elysian.
Yeah, getting that spot out, but here's CU Mai seeing a lost soul getting gunned down. Truly's gonna get one. This is already off to an amazing start for EFC. They have yet to lose it, but Let's see what can happen right here with Engram trying to make some space. It might know where Elijah's going to peek from, but looks like it's not going to be re-hit the same way. And this is winnable. I mean, all they need is just any info. But there we go. Zesty looking for one with the Guardian. And we've seen that Zesty's pretty zesty with that there Guardian. But so's Truly with it up. Getting the chamber diff down. Now, they're going for it. But, oh, the Guardian's not enough. Spike is down. This might be the end of the game. And it is. Cast a curse. I called it. And unfortunately, that is going to be the G to the G. And we're going to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really good map from EFC there. I mean, it was looking really close in the first half, but obviously Esperion just kind of activating there towards the second half of that and just making sure that they were able to tighten things down. So we've seen two different kind of play styles completely here, right? I mean, across Haven and Bind, a lot of tone just being hyper aggressive on Bind when, you know, maybe it was not as appropriate, but being able to run away with some of those rounds regardless. And also just playing very more tempo based over on Haven. So I'm very curious to see how either of these teams plan to run out their Pearl game. As we know, Pearl is still kind of new to the meta. There hasn't necessarily been a defined team composition. There's not a defined meta for Pearl. It's still very much up in the air. So this really could go either way here. And if I had to guess, I mean, I'm gonna say that we're probably gonna see another very close game here. Maybe potentially Esperion do kind of seem to be a little bit better at managing the tempo a little bit, which definitely is a strength on Pearl because, you know, the map is so rotation heavy. There's so many different avenues that you can take. It might favor their playstyle more, but we really have no idea with how confident Tone has been playing, especially even though they just lost map 2, they could still come out like a bat out of hell in map 3 here, Pearl, and just take the game in a clean sweep.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, we did see the double controller on Bind, so that has been seeming to be the meta on Pearl as well, so I'm kind of expecting that out of Tone, but also, we're going to be seeing you guys in Game 3, and if you saw that kind of gameplay, the amount of clippable moments, remember that if you submit the clip that you take of the channel and put it in our Discord, you will hopefully be submitted to win $20 in gift cards for you and the person who actually hit the clip. So hopefully you guys can make some awesome clips, awesome showmanship, and hopefully we can see that there in the Discord. But we will see you in Agent Select at Game 3 on Pearl in a few minutes here. everybody. Looks like we're back here on the map of Pearl. Best of 3, game 3 versus TN. And of course, the wonderful, the indomitable EFC. Now, these players have been absolutely kicking some butt today, trying to rock and roll what they can do. And obviously on a map like Pearl, I'm hoping to see something different here. I'm thinking we're going to see the double controller. I think that we're also going to be seeing a lot of initiators, because on a map like Pearl, you want to take a lot of control of space. What do you think, Disco?
I think that you have a very good grasp on what I think would probably be the strongest meta here on Pearl. I think looking over at the side of Tone Gaming here, they definitely have what I imagine to be the more favorable one. I think the one thing that sticks out the most here is they've got Swayze on Cypher. Now, when Pearl first came out, I was actually kind of on that Cypher train. I thought that Cypher would be pretty good on this map. You can find some very peculiar positions for those cameras. The tripwires can find a lot of value out. A lot of people just kind of opting for the chamber instead, but I do think that the Cypher can give a lot more value than people potentially think. Now, that being said, having the Viper and the Astra as a combo is going to be huge here, and I think that EFC is going to find
Select
themselves
your
punished here if they don't decide to do the same thing. And we can already see CU Mai is kind of just been their dedicated duelist player, so I would imagine he's going to lock in a raise. And it looks like might just be going for a Neon here. So I think the meta, at least the meta that we've discovered, is actually going to favor the composition that Tone has set here. But I'm curious what your thoughts are on this Brim pick.
Honestly, I think that might have been a mispick by Santi there. Able to pick up that. Obviously, we've seen Santi play a lot of different control agents, but Brimstone on Pearl, you can tell that they were not hoping for this map. That is not the agent that you want to see. Obviously, Viper is one of the king players of this map, and honestly, right now, the only smoke agent being a Brimstone means once you use your util, you're not going to be able to rotate off. And that's similar to how Viper is played on Ascent. They kind of fill the same roles, and it's a different feeling. Honestly, I'm hoping that it gets fixed in the end here. Maybe we can see what happens next coming in for these. I mean, I think the players might be wanting a redo because they did lock in the wrong agent, but honestly, that's just a little bit disappointing coming out from EFC, being able to shoot people, but maybe work on your aim labs and click on the right agent next time.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that Brimstone was the intentional pick here, but, you know, if this is the case, if we are going to be moving forward with this Brimstone pick, it's going to be a lot of, I think, retake. That's really what it's going to come down to. It's just how well can you retake here, because Brim does not have a lot of versatility here in terms of being able to shut down some of the aggression coming out from an attack side. Now, or rather from a defense side. Now, the fact that Santi is on the attack side could lend itself a little bit to that utility, and we can already see it's kind of come out as Santi is able to get into the site, find a pick of his own, and it should be a free B, but the rest of Tone already very quickly rotating over.
Yeah, very quickly rotating over, trying their best to get some picks down. And honestly, it's about how Engram can now try to get some picks. Already, we're seeing EFC get themselves on the site, but they're out of smoke now, and they have to just try to rely on their aim, get those shots so far. Let's see another one peeking right here. Obviously, a little bit of a stun goes a long way, but lost is not lost yet. But there he goes, finally dropped it. Now Engram, and now it's the end of the pistol round. Honestly, the Brimstone triple killing up. Maybe the Brimstone is just a new meta that no one really realized yet.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe this accidental pick is going to be like the shift in this particular timeline where Brimstone becomes the best agent on Pearl, the best controller agent. And, you know, since we're theory crafting here, I can actually see the benefits to having Brimstone on the attack side here, because the fact that you can drop the sky smokes instantaneously in all the different positions has always been a pro for running Brimstone. So since they have the Neon as well as the Fade and Breach, I mean, they could just lean into this very aggressive sight hit style and just capitalize on the Brim smokes.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're going to try to do here, and that's what they are doing. And look at that. Dust is leaving nothing with everybody getting swept up. Now, here we go. Bomb is going to get planted, and this is a great position to be in if you are these players. Already, right off the bat, you're seeing kind of the gameplay that you want to be watching. But TN, of course, didn't have a lot of weapons, and the fact that they were able to get Santi for free, that's something that you want to try to avoid next time. But Dust is ready to get it ready to go as everybody's now pushing forward, trying to find some info. Obviously, though, 4 against 2. There's no reason to save, so they just got to go for it.
Yeah, and I think they know both players are over towards the art side here, so Truly able to pick up that first kill there, and Swayze just trying to do a little bit of damage, but Truly is truly the better aimer there and is able to swipe that one up and get out relatively unscathed, only losing 1 player in that anti-eco, so they should be good for the bonus here, and it looks like Elijah is actually going to drop off that Bulldog over to Santee and just opt for a Stinger. And well, no, okay, not gonna go with the Phantom upgrade, just gonna opt for the Stinger there and just try to maintain the economy a little bit, so they should be good to buy up there. Now the question is, do they continue to lean into this hyper aggressive play style, or are they gonna try to slow things down a little bit, hopefully pick up some of those rifles and you know, sway the round in their favor? But it looks like they are just gonna go straight in, hyper aggression, lots of pressure over towards Art and A main here in the start.
Yeah, a lot of aggression going, and honestly, we're seeing it work out. CU Mai getting another clean shot down, and then they get finally gunned down, but these are rifles in the hands of Lost, and that's going to be 1, no, 2, but with a nade up and all the util to scare him away, this could be the end, and it is. Elijah gets the pick and the gun in his hand. Now it's just up to Zesty in a 1v2. But Zesty's going for it, but oh, the timing of looking to the left when you need to look to the right. And it looks like you are going to be losing that bonus round.
Wow, you know what's interesting here, Edge, is that we talked about it coming into this map a little bit here, but, you know, I've always kind of seen Pearl as a very tempo-heavy map. It's all about just, you know, putting the right pressure in the right places and finding appropriate rotations to get as much map control as possible. But the way that Asperian is kind of leaning into this is very much how a lot of teams play Fracture, which is just, let's get very aggressive, let's take as much map control as possible right off the start, get the spike plant down, and just secure the portions of the map that we can. We haven't seen a lot of teams play it like this, and it does seem to be paying off for them. So it's very interesting to see how this is going here. Spence actually able to get out CU Mai very early on, but Santee is good for the trade right on, and it looks like they're just going to commit to this B push.
And oh my god, let's see another shot down from Santee. I mean, this is the meta. Never mind. Look at that. Truly, triple kill down. That's the meta. Spraying everybody, and it's just what you want to see. I mean, honestly, this is a wash, and picking a character you didn't even think would be good here and still consistently getting frags, that's dangerous.
I mean, my mind is a little bit blown right now seeing how they've actually worked into this accidental agent pick and have somehow managed to salvage it in a way that is very strong for them. I mean, they're starting off on the attack side, right? So if they do just continue to lean into this and do it efficiently, they might find themselves in a really good position here where having the Brim on defense is actually not going to matter. All they have to do is just play potential for retake wherever their Brim isn't stationed here and you know, win it out. So if they can keep this momentum here, if they win this round, it's going to look really, really good for Asperion, and they have found a very good way to utilize Brimstone's Sky Smokes, as well as having that orbital strike online. I mean, there's a very good chance that they walk away with this round as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you want to see here, with everybody now splitting up and searching for clues, but Zesty is in a pretty bad spot. But look at that spray, all the damage and a pick, getting down on a CU Mai, but the trade is already happening, and Lost not doing enough damage to get the worth it trade, but all of the DPS has been dealt, and that is 3 ultimates ready for the post plant. You got the Nightfall, you got the Tour de Force, and you have the orbital strike. So let's see what can happen right here with everybody pushing in. Of course, we do have the flashbang available
from them too as well. I mean, it's so good being able to hold on to that U-Haul control. Lost, able to find one and activate the showstopper there, but still favoring, I think, Asperion here in this retake. But no, Tone actually able to shut this down, and now the orbital strike is going to come out and slow things down a little bit. But now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's got to find the third kill, a 4-piece for Santee, actually able to close it out and put them up 5-0. I mean, I'm sorry to have cut you off there, but I was just totally blown away by their positioning here, especially working with this very unusual team comp that they have.
I mean, honestly, what we're seeing right here is just everybody consistently playing their hearts out. I mean, Santee, you're not even supposed to be on that agent. Why is it working? You're blowing my mind. If I accidentally locked in Astra, I would just Alt F4. This man accidentally locked in Brimstone on this map. So that's something that you have to really just flex as you're a flex agent. And that's a flex with Lost getting CUMI before it truly shuts him down. But honestly, we need to see some more coming out from these attackers, but they can. Defense is finally getting some picks down, and this could be a retake available. 3 against 4. The post plant, all the ults they've already used. So how are they going to be able to play around it? There's 1. There's 2. Santi! Oh my god. He's just so good right now. And what is happening? I really thought that this could have been a round that TN took, but unfortunately TN is going to be taking something else every single time. Let's see what is happening now with Spence on V2.
1 enemy remaining.
Huge pick from Spencer now in a 1v1. Good use of the star there, but Santi is ready for the push, and I honestly, I can't help but laugh at this, knowing that Santi accidentally locking in Brimstone and seeing how well he has been able to adapt to playing this agent on the map. Most likely not what they planned for, but the utility usage there is just so good. I mean, just seeing him pop that Molotov and then immediately take space off of it, find 2 picks over in art, and just secure the site for them in a round that, I mean, let's be honest, Edge, they should have lost. They're able to not only win the round, but secure a 6-0 lead, and now Tone, they don't have much to work with. They've got 4 ultimates at their, disposal, but 2 marshals and 3 sheriffs. That's not a position you want to be in.
Wow, not a position at all, but there is 1, 2, and another shot down with the trades coming out. And of course, Spence with the Marshall looking to see if they might be able to get the pick. And obviously, this is going to be stressful here. And let's see what can happen with Swayze. And oh my, Engram gets dust. Util is going to be dropped, but Engram's not done. That's why you want to be this agent. The fade, but there it is. Santi getting 1. Making this a 2 against 2, leveling the playing field while Truly flanks this raise. And there's going to be the ultimate and the end. Honestly, I kind of think that they should have saved that ultimate there, but it is going to be an attack-sided map if they can try this team comp. But you gotta hand it. Once this gets onto defense, this Brimstone is gonna fall off here.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you want if you're on the attack side here. You want to try and get as many rounds as possible because, like you said, once they get onto defense, it's there's gonna be a lot of gaps in their map control, and so I think Tone should be able to take advantage of that. But if we look at what could potentially be just a 12-0 half, I mean, it's not gonna matter how if they get up enough, it doesn't matter what you can and can't do, what your strengths are for this, because they're going to have so many rounds to work with here that it's not going to make a difference. So it's really going to come down to whether or not Spence can actually salvage this round. Now, it is doable, but Santi has just been on another level, but neither players are anticipating this wrap around through A main.
No one's anticipating it, but doesn't matter if you anticipate it with Santi just being able to click on someone if they see him. This man's playing aim labs, and those little funny spheres that turn out to be the players' heads. This guy, Brimstone, 14-2 on Pearl. I might walk away from my PC, honestly. This is not what I expected.
Laugh. This is just unbelievable. If I saw this locked in on almost any other game, I would just expect this team to get completely rolled over, but they've managed to salvage it in such a dominant fashion. It's so unbelievable what Esperion has been able to prove with this, and I think it just goes to show what kind of team they are.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact of the matter is there's nothing they can do. All the damage, everyone's dead and gone with a little bit of a slide coming out here, but looks like they need to find some more. But CUMI might be trying to see where this guy is. Of course, we have Astra. Spence pushing right in. Nice knife. Make sure to put it away next time because that is going to be a spray down and you're down. But on the other side of sight, we got Zest doing a lot of damage, taking out 2, and might be able to clutch it, but oh no, that's what we need to see here. The ultimate able to pick up 4 picks.
Wow, CUMI just not wanting Santi to get away with being the absolute star of this show, decides to activate that overdrive and find 4 picks off a hyper aggressive play, putting them up 8-0. Now Tone on kind of a do or die round a little bit here. They have 4 ultimates in hand, 2 off from the showstopper, but they have some rifles to work with. But again, this is quite the investment edge. If they lose this, they're going to be forced onto another eco round, or they're going to be put in a position where they have to force again. Now, they have to anticipate this hyper aggression, so I think it's good for them to try and take mid control and try to control other parts of the map in anticipation for this. But I mean, if they don't have an answer for it, Esperion's just going to continue to roll over them.
That's kind of what we're seeing here. The roll has been definitely kicked down the hill here. And if you're gonna, it's kind of like an avalanche going on. Honestly, you toss a snowball at the top of Mount Everest and we're at the bottom right now and it's coming towards us. Right here, it's stressful. I mean, what we have coming out from these attackers is just a domination. But TN, they have full rifles, they have full info. They just have to know how are they going to be taking this back, but how can you when Elijah is going behind you, saying hello, clicking on your head like you don't exist in this rank, and you're gone. That is what is happening to poor players like Lost, and this might be an easy game for EFC.
Zesty is in a really aggressive position here. I mean, very good, able to take some of this control here. Should know that there's at least one player in dugout, or at the very least in secret. They are anticipating a little bit of that A main aggression, but the Viper's Pit should be able to come out here and help them secure at least half of this defusal. Swayze, finding that pick on the Truly is important, and Zesty able to finally end Santee's reign of terror. Now Elijah alone in a 1v2, 9 HP to his name, is not able to close it out. Will get one pick, but Zesty is going to finally get one on the board for Tone. A much needed round, but a lot of investment coming out there for them to take that round. Now the Viper's Pit no longer available to them, and it was such a scrappy round here, Edge, that they're not going to have a lot of money to work with. Now Nightfall, Cosmic Divide, and the Showstopper is still available for them, so they do have some tools at their disposal to try and stop the bleeding a little bit, but you're down 8-1 in the first half. 8 just now answered rounds. I mean, this isn't a position you want to be in. There's a very good chance that Esperion just regather and just continue to run away with this first half.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors into why TN is having such a tough round. Yes, they were able to just get their first round here after losing 8 in a row. Not a single defuse, not a single bomb, just death. But one thing I gotta say is, why are we seeing a Cypher on the map of Pearl? You know, Chamber definitely shines here with all the long range, and we're just not really seeing that. And honestly, I'm hoping that Cypher can try to pick up the pace, try to do what he can. But Swayze going 3-9. Last game, he was match MVP on Viper, and the fact that, you know, we know that he can aim, but right now the aim of the game is to try to win it, and he is not bringing it. But what a shot! See you, my gets a clean 1-2 headshot bang, and now it's just up to Zesty to try to see what can happen right here, right now. With, of course, Santee going, getting one, but Knife Out is gonna get them killed. Make sure that you always check your corners before you pull out your fancy Prime Karambit. But there we go, See You, my gets another pick, and Attackers, they're up 8 rounds yet again.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you kind of pointed out why the Cypher, and I think that Cypher can be a good anti-tempo pick here, but the problem is that there's no tempo from the side of Esperion. They are just hyper-aggression, 5-man hitting one site. They maybe have a, you know, a lurk trying to hold down mid a little bit here, but in a weird way, they've accidentally countered the Cypher pick because Cypher is just virtually useless. All of his utility is going to find the most value in controlling mid, but it doesn't matter because Esperion doesn't care about mid. They're just hitting the sites. And so Tone needs to try to adjust to take control of that mid and potentially get the flanks in, but it doesn't seem to matter because Esperion is so hyper confident. All this aggression is finding so much value, and as I say that, See You, my just shuts down Swayze.
I mean, when Swayze's gonna get gunned down like that, and another one down, but See You, my finally gets gunned. But here we go, 4 against 3. The only rifle in the hands of Spence is now gonna get dropped yet again. Put down that cursed gun, it comes with death, but Engram has a sheriff and nothing else anymore. Now it's just up to Zesty. Can Zesty bring us the little bit of spiciness that they need to clutch it up, of course? Or are they gonna be like Zest and be sour? Looks like it, with everybody not having enough power to win it, and Attackers win and get double digits. Are we going to see an 11-1 right now, Disco?
I think it's entirely possible. I mean, it's not if they can try to get 2 rounds at the very least, obviously it's the best case scenario. They have a Nightfall, they have a Cosmic Divide, they have a Showstopper, and those are really good ultimates that can help them try to win this round. But at this point, with the aggression that Aspirion has been putting out, it's really just, can you guess which site they're going to hit? Because if you can, then maybe you have a shot at slowing it down. But once they get in and stabilize, it's just so difficult for them to try to retake. And it looks like they're actually going to opt to hit mid here for the first time in this first half.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we need to see. And look at that CMI already popping the overdrive yet again. And I think they're just going to drive over and... Nice ult there, friend. But let's see what can happen with everybody now pushing in. Of course, we have the single Sub-Rosa ult. Everybody getting gunned down. This is looking to be 11 to 1. But, oh, it's Zesty. Able to pick up 1. Able to go for 2. Gets it. And now it's a 2 against 3. But with 7 HP, it's going to be tough. With a little bit of util going a long way. They're getting pushed by Truly. And Truly might not be able to truly get the pick if they can't find this one. But that is a spray down. It looks like Dust is not going to get the pick through the wall. But Truly on the flank gets 1, leaving only Spence J. And honestly, I'm kind of shocked here. Spence still has 3 Astral Stars and didn't use a single one to help out the Viper there. It's last round.
Could try to turn things around, but no, unfortunately, Utility is just going to go into the IRA, unfortunately unable to ever be withdrawn, and that's going to be 11-1 for Aspirion going into the defensive half. Now, we've talked about it. We've said it a couple of times, and even the folks in chat know that this is going to be a very difficult side for Aspirion to work with, having that Brimstone as not only a controller that they have, but the only controller that they have to work with. So no smokes to deny any pushes if Tone decide to go to a different site than where Santee is playing. But again, I highlighted it earlier on in the first half, Edge. At this point, it doesn't matter because Aspirion only need to win 2 rounds to close this one out. So really, they could, I mean, pistol round could really go either way, right? So if they win this round, just dumb luck could win them the series here because they were so dominant on that attack side. I mean, Tone needs to absolutely step it up here, and they cannot give a single inch.
Can't give a single inch, but we got lost here, and maybe he might be able to pack something that is bigger than a single inch. Maybe they might need to get 10 inches in a row if they want to clutch up this game, but that's going to be Sways getting another clean pick here as everybody now pushing forward, and this is all the damage they need, but oh my, it is going to be TN taking this pistol so far, but here comes Santee, able to go for 1, but oh, thinking he got it, and that is going to be the end now. Let's see what can happen right here, right now. It's 2 against 5 with Zesty on the bomb, on this plant, on the site. And this is tough. This is a very tough win here. And already we're seeing a big comeback, but Truly pulling out his little snow globe is instead gonna get shattered, getting all his brain matter everywhere. And now it's up to Dust to try to clutch up a 1v5.
Tall order for Dust, unfortunately not even able to do a smidgen of damage as he gets shut down by Engram. So a flawless pistol round coming out from Tone here. That should put them in a pretty good position here to be able to get into this anti-eco and take a 3rd round potentially. I don't think that EFC needs to go with a force here, especially because they're on the defense here, but they are going to opt to take a timeout, which is peculiar because they're on the eco round here. So not too much to talk about. Maybe just potentially strategizing for the first buy round. I think they know that they're probably favored to win that first rifle round, as it is so often want to be, and that could put them on, you know, match and series point here. So I'm really curious what is going through their minds here, knowing that they have this 9-round deficit going into this, and if they're going to determine whether or not there's a way to try and reverse this anti-eco or just kind of play for that round 3 rifle round.
Yeah, a round 3 rifle round, and it's still rocking pretty solid right now. Of course, all of the gameplay that we're seeing from these players, it has to come down to how you want to keep pushing. Obviously, this is actually a timeout called by EFC, and what that tells me is that, hey, we just need to win 2. We need to put all our brain into this next round, and we might just force up here. Will they? They have enough rounds where they could force now, lose the next 5, then save for 3, and still win the game. That's how confident I am that this team has a huge kind of lead here. But it looks like they're going to go for the save. They want to try to win on the bonus round against the lesser weapons, which is also an incredibly smart play.
Yeah, I think the goal here is to just try and do as much economy damage as possible and just try to secure that third round, that rifle round for them, and make sure, because obviously Tone, they not only need to win the bonus round, but they need to win like the next 8 rounds after that. They cannot give up a single round here. So just trying to strategize and get into a position where you could do as much damage to the economy as possible and make their bonus round either weak or a heavy investment to try and put them on the back foot is the best play here. And we can see that in how Santee and CU Mai have bought up the shorties here. Great sky smokes to try and deny some of this A aggression here. So Santee is in a very good position here to potentially break this play up. I don't think they anticipate him in the smoke.
I don't think that they're going to anticipate it, but they might be able to spot it with the util, and they are, but they still haven't been able to spot him in the smoke exactly, and he's just making some space, but that lone shot on Zesty is going to get Santee down, and that could have been a very good play, but unfortunately, luck was not on his side, and he is going to go down. But here comes the re-hit, the re-peek, and the reassess. Obviously, they were kind of relying on Santee to get that pick there to try to make some space. Oh, but there's Spence getting dust down, and truly though able to get TN lost. Looks like the man is a little bit lost with everybody pushing in, but that is a new gun. This could be winnable. 3 versus 2, and they do have a nice type of rifle here, but unfortunately, truly not able to react fast enough to his teammate getting sprayed. Is going to lose the round, but this is the buy round here, Disco.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the most important round in this match, right? If Tone don't win this bonus round, I mean, it could just be game over for them. I mean, a lot of people talk about the potential for comebacks, and, you know, the word fake comeback has been tossed around a lot throughout the year, and the reason why is because in a game like Valorant, all you need is to just bank up a considerable amount of ultimates to sway the round in your favor here. So if Tone don't run away with this, if they don't win this bonus round and potentially the next at least 6 rounds, I mean, it's not looking good for them. All Asperian have to do is just find one lucky round, and they're already favored to win this round. Now we can see that Tone did invest a little bit here. We've got two Bulldogs, 2 Vandals, and a Guardian, so it's definitely winnable for them. But if they lose this round, a lot of those investments are going to spell trouble for them because they're going to be put into a position that they do not want to be in on round 15.
Yeah, I mean, this is a stressful round 15 here. You do have EFC with a lot of weapons, but TN, Tone Gaming, they're spread across this map like ants in a kitchen, trying to find out if they can sniff out some food before they send their hormones to push everything together onto one point. But let's see what can happen right now. Are they going to be treated like ants and stepped on, or are they going to be able to bite their way through this site? Obviously, there's a lot of util that is being dumped already here, and it's just about the timing as they slowly push in. Obviously, we do have the Neon making a little bit of noise, but Santee, just one smoke at a time. 30 seconds remaining means they have just enough smokes to completely cover this off, and with how this map is shaped, you're going to have to push right now, or you're going to be in for trouble. But here we go. Here comes a little bit of the satchel charging out, and that is going to be a floating man, and there it is. 1 pick down already. EFC takes it. CU Mai gets Zesty, and the spike is down with 15 seconds. This could be it, but there it is. Another one, but Swayze's got 1 and has to get 4 more, but he is gone, and it's just up to Spence, who might be saving a Bulldog. I'm not sure why he's saving the Bulldog.
It might not be the worst decision here. You're able to actually buy up a rifle for your teammate in the next round, but you're not going to have any money to put into getting stars. And I think the most interesting thing about this attack side for Tone Gaming, Edge, is that they've continued to try to pressure A, knowing that the solo controller for Asperion is anchoring A site. Why in God's name they haven't decided to just hit B is beyond me. I mean, they're not pressuring mid. They haven't even tried to, you know, hit the trademark over in B link. There has only been partial splits towards A or heavy hits towards A. I mean, they need to aggress B here. And now that they have decided to do that, the Haunt is going to immediately spot out Lost and truly could be in a position here to win it all.
I mean, right now, this kind of positioning, sitting inside a TikTok, sitting inside that cubby, will get checked, but it doesn't matter, because the only person getting checked is a vibe check to Lost, getting absolutely dominated by Truly. And here we go, a push up and the shot and the trade. This is what you need to do, but TN, they are mowing through and doing some damage. Elysian, though, ready to go, gets nothing, and that is a lot of damage dealt, but aiming a little bit above the forehead is making this a little bit harder, and this is winnable for TN. As you said, Disco, they need to start hitting this B site. And honestly, I think that we might have enough for these players. But CMI stunning one, but oh no! You used your gun, you got your hand, and now it's SNT in a 1v3. And I think he might try to save this gun again. FC, they have enough to try to win this just off of the amount of rounds they are eligible to lose without worrying about their eco.
Yeah, I mean, they've already secured overtime at this point. Santee, I think, can't afford to lose this gun. He needs to try to do as much damage as possible to Tone's economy. I mean, that's the name of the game at this point, right? You have so much to work with. You need to just kind of continue to cripple the economy as much as possible, and Santee does not opt to do that, doesn't try to get aggressive with it, and is just going to try and save this gun out instead. Hopefully trying to find a little bit of a pick. Does get out of there just in the nick of time, but I think Tone maybe found the secret sauce. If they can just continue to hit B and hopefully, I mean, condition Esperion to just them hitting B and then maybe eventually switch it back to A once they move Santee over to B, then they can try to expose those weaknesses, those gaps in EFC's play right now, because they have to keep Santee at A, right? I mean, there's really just no other option for him. He can maybe play Art, but that's going to be the best use of his utility there. So if they can just continue to try to pressure B here, there's a chance they could win this out. But again, it looks like they're just going to try to go back to A, and I don't know if that is the move.
Yeah, it's difficult to say what is the move here. Right now, Lost able to clear a majority of Art, and honestly, that's a pretty useful piece of util there. But right now, it's stressful. All of the damage that they need to deal is going towards A side. I would really like for them to try that strat that you said. Try to, you know, Pavlov them, treat them into going B, but no, you're going to go A and Santee's going to kill you because that is what Santee does. Now you're in a 4 against 5 with very little HP remaining on your Cypher, and the only thing you have is one person in your flank, but that's okay. This is still everybody stuck inside of mid in the Art side, and that could be enough. But right now, Dust making that space, holding it down. If they push out in time, that's a free pick down, and there it goes. Now 3 against 4. This is a big push-up. And there we go. Zesty is going to get gunned down by Dust, and here we go. B-side now open. Neon running it down, running it as fast as possible. If they can try to get there without getting heard, but you're making just enough. They now know where you're at, and with only a Bulldog, you're going to have to start tapping those heads.
Yeah, toxic screen and anticipation for the possible long flank. CU Mai is able to get a little bit of damage there, but Zest cleaning it up, and they will get the spike plant down, but a couple members of Tone very low here. This is actually winnable for Truly. Even though Engram is able to get away with the pick onto Santee, there is a chance he could win this, but Truly is just going to decide to save the operator here, which could be a good move. I would think personally try to get that Viper's Pit out of Zest if possible, but they're just gonna concede this round. 5-12 should be secured for Tone here, and I mean, 7 rounds to go before taking us into OT. A Viper's Pit will be available going into the next round, but still, I mean, Esperion have just been looking pretty solid even on this defense side here, and if Tone continues to try and pressure A and, you know, kind of take the risk, the gamble on that, rolling the dice on pressuring A, they could lose at any given moment. I like to see them kind of working mid. I like to see them kind of rotating through connector and abusing the rotations there, but I think they're playing with fire a little bit here, Edge. I think they need to just try and put a lot of their focus over towards B, especially more towards B link mid, and just let A be, because we can already see now the stack is over towards A for Esperion, and they're anticipating this. And if Tone goes straight into this, there's a good chance that this could be it.
I mean, Esperion is in a beautiful position here to shut down anybody wanting to push them, and if that happens, that's GG. There's nothing after it, nothing before it, just death. And hopefully they're able to work it out, but right now, it's an aggressive play, and that's Lost getting 1, 2, maybe a third, has the ultimate just in case, but that is the ult coming out from CU Mai, but a little bit of util is going to push him back, and honestly, the fact that they were being aggressive there might have cost them this round, but honestly, they don't have a full buy, and Zest is just gonna gun you down. Now it's just up to Dust here, and Dust is also down. Now it's just up to Truly in a 1 versus 5 objective survive, trying to see if they can keep that operator in their hands.
Man, I think there was a really good shot that if they had just decided to play more passively over on A, they might have been able to
Spike
win this round.
planted.
They had the numbers advantage. Obviously, only sheriffs in hand. You can only do so much, but the fact that they decided to not go for a contact push, but instead like an aggressive utility push that gave away their position. I mean, they just gifted the round to Tone, I think, and who knows, that could come back to haunt them. So truly just trying to get out with this operator. He's the only one with a gun, and they seem to know where he is, and if not, they know now for sure. And Spence is going to try to get a little bit of a pick, but truly just needs to play this safe. He tries to get one more pick out onto Swayze, but unfortunately, Swayze is good for it. We'll be able to take that operator away from them. And now that is a gun out of the hands of EFC. And they're going to be scraping a little bit of the bottom of the barrel here, Edge, with what they can buy. But I talked about it before. Don't sleep on this, folks. 4 ultimates available in Orbital Strike, a Tour de Force, a Rolling Thunder, a Nightfall. These are huge, impactful ultimates. This could win them the round if they decide to use these in the right places. If they play reactionary, they could run away with this round and win the series.
They absolutely could. I mean, right now, what do we see in game 1? We saw in game 1 a huge lead that was lost by EFC at the switch. And that might just happen again. TN is building confidence not only from me, but in themselves. And that's kind of important. You want to try to shut them down. And this is what we're seeing. They're lurking around. They're baiting people to stack onto one site. And we have triple on A, 1 on B, and 1 in Link. And if they just are able to shut that player down, it's going to be GG. And that's kind of what they need to do. Because the last time it's at 12-7, EFC lost it. And that's kind of scary for them.
A really good cage coming out from the Cypher to allow them to cross. That should be a free B side for them here. It's going to come down to CU Mai to try and do a little bit of damage, but unfortunately with the utility that's come out, he's just going to be forced to get off of the site. That should be a free spike plant for them here, and the Viper's Pit is now activated, allowing them to stabilize just a little bit more. And don't you forget, Edge, that Lust has that showstopper available for when they do decide to go for this retake.
30 seconds.
Definitely available. That is going to be 2 ultimates used and 2 players down, but there it goes. Santi able to get 1, but now it's a 3 against 4, and now even because of Dust. This is winnable, but with only 17 seconds, EFC needs to keep him off, and this is winnable if Santi just keeps him off the bomb, and he is now in a 1 versus 1. 10 seconds remaining. He has to go for the plant here, and looks like Lost is going to go for the plant,
Spike
and it's
planted.
down.
Oh, he knows where he is.
And it's over. That's the game you need. It was so close, but GGs are called. Everybody is happy about that. And Santi, of course, it comes down to the Brimstone. 23-10, accidentally picked the wrong agent, and now flexing that he can pick this up. The bad mannerisms coming around, making sure that everybody knows what kind of tea he's making. Now, let's see how that game was. How do you feel about it there, Disco?
I mean, it really just came down to exactly what we talked about early on there, right? I mean, it was Brimstone obviously has strengths in the attack side, and it just paid off for them in the end. They were able to capitalize on that. They were able to find the right route that they needed, the play style that fit them the best here to kind of try and fix this accidental agent pick. And at the end of the day, it ended up being really solid for them. Not only were they able to lean into it and win it out, but they were so dominant on that attack half that it didn't even matter at the end of the day. All they needed was to just get lucky, and that's exactly what we saw. Not necessarily all luck. Of course, there was some skill, a lot of skill in play for that, but, they were able to get away with the win, and Esperion, I think, looking a little bit like kind of the underdog there after watching map 1, are able to take it back in a reverse sweep 2-1 against Tone Gaming.
Yeah, and it's been an honor watching this game. Just envelop every single time. EFC taking that game 2 really brought it back from that 0-1 all the way to just dominating in the later and final game on Pearl. And of course, special thanks to all the players. Obviously, TN, congratulations. This was the first loss you guys actually took in today's game, and that's got to be men's of commendation for you. And congrats to everybody who did put in the work, put in the effort. Of course, we did see Lost must consistently frag out. Of course, we did see, honestly, I think it just comes down to just agent selection and being able to know the map better than the enemies. And honestly, that is what makes this a good game of Valorant. But with GG's now being called, if you guys got any fancy clips, we'd love to see them in the Discord. And of course, we'd love to see you guys next time on the 29th. We have the Weekend Warriors series, which is a much bigger event, usually with a lot more teams and a lot more cash. So if you've been watching and wanting to play, that is the event for you guys. And of course, my name has been EduCast. I cast here all the time. You can find me on my Twitter at EducateNator. And if you guys want to follow Disco, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at DiscoCasts. You probably seen a lot of me on this channel as well. Thank you so much for joining us, and I very much encourage every single one of you that have a group of friends, or if you know it's a friend that is in a team that they consider themselves tier 3 or maybe even tier 2, sign up for Weekend Warriors. It's a hell of a tournament. Edge and I have casted it, before. We'll probably cast it again this time coming up. It is a blast. It's a huge tournament, huge prize pool, and all you have to do to join is just type !Discord to join the Discord and go to igleague.com to join up for that. It is going to be a huge prize pool, definitely worth your salt, and great practice for all you would-be warriors out there just trying to improve. There's going to be some strong competition out there, and no harm joining IG League's Discord or checking out their website, because there are all different kinds of programs, perks, and features that'll be coming up in the near future that you will be happy to be a part of as the community continues to grow.
Absolutely. Thanks everybody for watching. I've been EduCast inside of Disco's room. Disco's over there. Actually, he's over there. Yeah, GG's everybody. Thanks for watching. Shout out to production here on IG League. Hydra doing a great job putting on the show for us. And of course, thank you to chat for really hyping us up. But we'll see you guys next time. And hopefully we see a big turnout coming up for that upcoming Weekend Warriors. Thanks for watching.